Gamers, hello, hope you're all doing well today and hope you're ready for some more Hungary, where today we enter into the age of absolutism, where we will make sure that those peasants, they know their place, and that is giving me taxes, and the estates, they will also know their place, which is not being powerful. So we're going to see how that goes. We're just a few years off of entering into the age of absolutism, and it should fire pretty fast once we're actually inside the age itself. Hopefully we can spawn in some institutions as well. That'd be really nice. Just they spread quickly to us, though I don't think there's really going to be that big of an issue of spreading institutions at this point in the game. We have plenty of trade capacity in all of our markets to make it spread quickly. Though I guess that is one thing to think about, is we are very big, so institutions may take a while for us to be able to actually embrace, but we'll see. Waxer, thank you for the 10 gifted. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. Also hello. And hello to Sundalis, Ionic Naga, Amy, thank you for the 42 months. Bandito, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Hey, great streamer. Another bot spotted. Bot moment. Just started watching VOD series on YouTube. Still in the first part. Very happy to see me play your home country. Pronunciation is better than any foreign people you've heard for the first try. I'll take that as a win. I will take that as a win if I'm close. That's pretty good. Are we close to the end date? No. Nope. There's still like 200 years left until the end date. Yeah. We're a little over halfway through, right? Because it's 300 years since the start. We have about 200 years left, so we're a little over halfway through. Still a lot to go. Still a lot to go if we decide that we want to go down that path, which I think I do. What are we doing after Hungary? I don't know. Something colonial, though. I don't know what, though, but something colonial. Well, I want to build like large trade chains, because this run is very much like a economy based on like just territory, RGOs and whatnot. I like to build up and exporting gold. I'd like to do one where we build an economy based off of trade heavily, because you can make stupid money from trade is the thing. Like at this point, if we flipped from traditional economy over into capital economy, we might make more money. We would just lose the pop capacity, which I have been just kind of using in the background, just growing pops like crazy. But it could be time to do that. But we have a lot of cities that we could build out anyways right now due to our Pound Lot Canal shenanigans that we got up to last time. So I don't know if we really need to hyper urbanize anymore, at least for now. I feel like there's more that we can do And we do need more pops. We always need more pops. So, I don't know. I feel like traditional economy is fine for us. But I would like to do something different for the next run. Also, I believe there was a patch today. I think it improves performance. I saw something in the patch notes about a possible... Let's see, let me go back to it. RAM memory leak related to GUI animations, GUI animations, and they fixed some crash stuff as well. Small patch. But maybe that will do it. There's also a setting that's been added to prioritize max tick speed over FPS smoothness. Maybe we'll try that out and we'll see. I don't know. I don't feel like we're going too slow in general, but we can check it out maybe. I think with very good PC, you just let the AI do its thing on its 5 speed. The game takes 9 hours from start to finish. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't tried it, but that is kind of insane to think about. That it takes 9 hours for the game to complete if it never pauses on max speed on a good computer. What's the most pop-dense province we have? I believe it's Constantinople. And we yoinked that, to be fair. Like we took it from the Ottomans, but I do think it's Constantinople. It's just a good location, is the thing. It's one of the best locations in the game for a capital, for sure. It's got, I think it's farmlands, flatlands, it's coastal, and it has silk. So it's really good. The only thing that could make it better... Oh, and it's got a natural harbor, max level natural harbor. So it's super good for projecting proximity out of. The only thing that could make it better is if there's a river that went through it. No river is kind of rough. I heard we rated one of your main streamers yesterday. Dridalicious? Yes, we did. We did. You're not going too slow. It's just all the pauses need to make decisions and build stuff adding up. Yeah, and I'm really not pausing probably as much as I should be to play optimally. Just kind of sending it. You know how it goes. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I did mess around last night on Pahang down in Malaysia just to test some stuff out. Turns out you can make a lot of money from trading cloves to China. I think in like 1350-ish or something, I was making like 40 ducats of trade off of 4 clove trades or something crazy like that. So yeah, it turns out being near China real good for making money. You just sell a bunch of stuff. But we unfortunately cannot do that because we are far away and we're land value, so we don't really have much trade range over the water, which means I can't really do any big trades. Like I can't even trade with Yemen, which kind of sucks. Which means all of our colonial kind of expeditions we've been doing, like into Yemen and stuff, I'm not sure how effective they're really going to be. Which I suppose is fine. Like it's not the end of the world, but we might just want to refocus our attention on taking things close by, or further solidifying some of our other colonial nations, right? Making Egypt larger, making Levant larger, or making a new colonial nation somewhere else that we can take advantage of and reap the benefits from. Hey, Angry Crabman, any idea how the Japanese shogunate works? Not really. I think there's been some changes since the last time I played them, but like I don't have that good of an idea of how it's supposed to work, unfortunately. Who would know? Millions of people create a big demand and high prices. Who would have thunk? Who would have thunk? Would there be an argument now to move to Naples now that Hungary is strong enough? No. Nope. Our capital is inland, and most of our territory is land. Like, it's landlocked. So, land is absolutely 100% the best one for us, without a doubt. It's not even close. Not even close. You really just want to choose whatever one you think is going to benefit you the most. It's like you're either land or you're naval. You're probably not going to switch unless you're doing like a significant repositioning of your country. One that I just don't think is worth it for us. Like if I was going to move my capital and flip to naval, I'd move it to Constantinople. But then we would lose all control in Hungary. Like all of it. It would just be gone. So I don't really want to do that. Still had an admiral for head of state for like 20 years? That's crazy. Well, you know, the riverboats. Everybody knows of the great Hungarian navy that is on the Danube. Everybody knows this. That's funny. That's funny. Was watching the VOD here from yesterday, so I didn't have time to finish it before we started today. Well, long story short, we took Yemen. Well, a part of Yemen, like the little curve part by the Red Sea. We took that and we turned it into a colonial nation. We tried to make a trade company. No idea how that's supposed to work. I made one, but it's just sitting there. It doesn't make much money. I really don't know what the purpose of them are. And we built buildings. Lots of buildings in a lot of different places. And I think today is the day. Today is the day that we are going to go and get some fur in Russia, okay? Today's the day. We're going to do it. Novgorod, not going to have a good day today. We're going to go up there. We're going to make a vassal. We're going to maximize all that fur, and then we're going to import it all back to us. That's the goal, okay? That's what we want to do. To be fair, some rivers are more navigable than others. The Danube is both the main nations cases. I mean, yeah, I know the Danube was navigable, but still, you know, kind of funny to have an admiral in your government when you don't have a coastline. But maybe that's just coastal nation bias right there. You know, river boats, lake boats. If it counts as a navy, it counts as a navy, I guess. Whatever works. Far be it from me to tell people not to enjoy boating. Admiral the river barges. I mean, to be fair, that's like, it's not a terrible thing to have, though that definitely sounds more of an economic advisor, but hey, what do I know? The leader of Hungary and Hoi 4 is an admiral. For what? How does one become an admiral in a landlocked country? That's the question. Is it just like a post that you just assigned to, just like a general, but you just don't do anything? You just hang out? Or is this like oh yeah, this is my friend and he's an admiral, and then he like somehow gains power? He was an admiral in Austria-Hungary. Oh, okay. Well, okay, that makes a little bit more sense then. That does make a little bit more sense. I forgot about the good old Austria-Hungary. And they got that coastline. All right, yeah, okay, fair enough. So he's an admiral. Man, he really got the short end of the stick there. His job got erased. I'm sure he was fine with it. I'm sure in the grand scheme of things, losing your job of being an admiral for, you know, not being under the boot of Austria is worth it. But how's everybody else's games going, huh? I know that I'm all laggy right now. It is what it is. Anybody find out anything interesting? Playing any countries that are specifically fun? Anything you've learned? Any questions you have? You're slowly learning how to play Kokia. I respect that level of insanity. I do. I really do. Tuscany is going well, making all the money. Nice. Are you restricting yourselves to just the Tuscan area, or are you also expanding out to other parts of Italy? Because I did think about doing an Italy game next, where we go colonial, but I only own one area in Italy. You're gonna take all of Italy? I suppose that's valid. You won the 100 Years' War in under 50 years as your starting ruler? Nice. You're currently grinding out friendship with your EV to get an Umbreon? The correct evolution. Good choice. Good choice. What game? What game are you getting it in? What do you mean wrong game? Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm a full supporter of getting your Umbreons. Shiny Umbreon? Ugh. Perfection. Perfection. Pope colony game? I hate the Pope colonizing. I loathe the Pope colonizing. I feel like it would be a betrayal of the very fabric of my being to play Pope colonizing. You know? Look, they don't even have that many pops here. Now, to be fair, that's because the AI colonizes kind of dumbly in general, because they just keep colonizing when really they shouldn't. Because they could have much larger cities here. Like, look, they got no pops. They've got no pops because they keep sending them away. Not good. Legends Arceus? Nice. Can you make it illegal for Spain and Portugal to colonize if you were the Pope and already colonizing yourself? No, but if you're to the New World first or second, you can be on one side of the Treaty of Tordesillas, I believe. And then it's just one other person has to make it. So like if you and England get there first, then you can block them off. Unless they flip to Lutheran, and then you can't stop them. Rome is Mega City 1 in this timeline? I mean, kind of, but not really. Like, each of these only have 70, 60,000. This one has 33,000. This one has 40,000. Like, that's nothing. That's nothing. We have 171,000 there, 82,000 there, 26 here, 60,000 here, 49 here. So if like Rome's a mega city, we're a mega city too. Well, to be fair, we kind of have turned the Danube into one big line of cities. But then we have another city grouping up here. Florence in your game has 500,000? What year is it? What year is it? That's crazy. That's a lot of dudes. Mid-1600s? Yeah. Okay, well, that's crazy. Watching other games, the Treaty of Tordesillas is not obeyed by anyone. Even the Pope breaks it. Yeah, there's definitely some adjustments that need to be made there. Hey, Vroyo. Missed lunch and you're absolutely hungry. Nice. Nice. Orthodox Hungary is very funny to see. Yeah, you know, I just thought it was fitting. AKA, I didn't want to convert all this. I wanted to flip Orthodox. Plus, I didn't like being Catholic. And I don't really love how the Reformation works. So, flipping Orthodox seemed like the best idea. And then we found out that there's a special technology for it that is absolutely busted. What's it, Reformation? There's one that gives pop growth 0.05%. 0.5 would be freaking insane. That would be nuts. 0.05. It's somewhere. It's somewhere around these parts. Which, that's a crazy buff to get. I'm not sure how long that'll make it. Yeah, H3. Theotokos. 0.05% pop growth, which is wild. Absolutely wild. And you're paying Sylveon is best? No, I'm not trans, but I love that it come to represent your trans friends. I mean, that's fair. Sylveon is good, but I just think Umbreon's the best. Maybe not competitive. Well, no, I think in Gen 9, Sylveon has had more use because there was at least in VGC, right? Because there was a point where Pixelate, Throat Spray could do a lot of stuff. Anyways, don't want to get too distracted. For other people playing the New World, it's possible to use war to subjugate the natives, bring them into your pop despite being pop nations, and then you can accept their culture and quickly colonize their land. Seems meta for expanding quickly. Wait, what do you mean? As in, you can go to war with a landless tag, like Societies of Pops, and then you bring all of their pops into your land, and it leaves everything with 0 pops, and then you can recolonize it? Is that what you mean? Or is it that you can accept them, and so when you start a colony, it finishes completely? Step 1, be a native. Step 2, declare war on landless tag. Show superiority. Step 3, win. Step 4, accept their culture. Step 5, colonize them. Instantly finishing it because it's an accepted culture. Ah, I see. Can you do that as a European? I don't know if you necessarily want to, but that's interesting. That probably applies to down in Africa too. Unless you specifically have to be a native in the New World. Where do you even look at... Okay, pot-based countries. What? I mean, it may just be that they're all gone now. And they don't exist anymore. Hold on. Okay, no, they are here. I just couldn't see them for whatever reason. So, like, down in here, or even over here, you'd want to, like, attack into it, and then win, accept, colonize, and then it's instantly done. That's kind of neat. I didn't realize you could do that. That's good to know. It's good to know. There's a lot over here, too, yeah, and there's an absolute load of them. You have to make sure their pops at least 1% of your pops, so you got to be small-ish. Oh, yeah, that's true. It's 1% or have 1 million pops, right? Something crazy like that. Unless this one specifically is different. If I want to accept this... Well, it doesn't say. 1% or 1 million, yeah. Okay. So, we are just a few months out. Actually, month out. No. Huh? When does the next stage start? 37. It's 37. We're a couple of years out from swapping into the age of absolutism. Now, something that I haven't talked about too much, just kind of been in the background, is that each age has different modifiers that affect everything. So, like in the Age of Discovery, there was 0.25 exploration monthly progress. Do you explore faster in the Age of Discovery? In the Age of Reformation, there's 33% pop conversion speed, minus 25% trade maintenance. This also reduces levy combat efficiency for every age, and you get less war score from battles. Age 5, we're going to get 50% income from colonial subjects, minus 30% rogue privilege cost, minus 80% control impact on war score, 400% expected army size, 25% speed of integration, so we're going to actually be able to integrate land much quicker. Minus 10% war score cost in general. Levies are going to lose an additional 10% combat efficiency, and plus 2 construction center max level, which we're still trying to unlock. And that will unlock absolutism versus liberalism. But we're going to lose all of our conversion bonuses. Not that we've really been converting a whole lot in this age. We did a lot of... Well, no, I guess we did, huh? We converted pretty much all this to Orthodox, so... I mean, we used it. We used it enough to the best of our ability. And that's got to count for something. Okay, you... need that. You... Who's your dad? Distant cousin? Let's go Diplo on this kid. Your admin. Wow, we have a lot of kids that we were not educating. Which is good. That means that there's lots of kids around, which means there's a lot more crown characters that we can use to be able to get stuff done. Now, if I was... Oh my god. If I was really min-maxing here... Okay, I think the update might have reset all of the educations. Unless I really did miss all of these. Which would be kind of wild. Okay, maybe I did just miss them all. How old's my kid? 12, and he has an expensive education. You have military. Okay. Gotcha. Good enough. If I was really min-maxing, I would assign crown characters to all of my armies. In fact, I could put one here. They're definitely not as good, but you do get crown power from people being in charge of the army. Now, it's based on the amount of army strength, I think, that you get the crown power from. So because we only have one crown character in charge of an army, we only get 3.89%, and that's evenly split between all of our generals. Now, most of our generals are from the nobility, so I don't really mind. You can see, look, they're getting a bunch here. In fact, you... Where are you? Ah. So because you're in charge of this navy, you get a whole bunch, because we only have one navy, so they get a much larger amount. Who's my best crown character with the navy? You? Okay. Well, we're going to put the crown in charge of that, and that's going to give us an additional 15.26% modifier onto our crown power. So that'll be pretty nice, because we do want to start maximizing that as much as possible now. Well, you really want to do it always, but I'm going to start focusing on it more now. Kind of amazing that Hallich is still alive. I mean, I just kind of left him alone. That's why. That, and they keep allying the Ottomans and Muscovies. It'll be a whole process for me to take care of them, let's say. But it is what it is. Ooh, I could probably take all this from Poland relatively easily, because this control is all pretty low. Is there anything out here? I mean, there's 2 iron, wool, fiber crops. Pop-wise, it's not too bad. It wouldn't take too long to integrate. Control-wise, I could probably get decent control into here. Next age, we're going to unlock roads. Which institution gives me roads, though? Modern road. Yeah, we want this. We want this real bad. So that is... Oh, it's not even that far down in scientific revolution. That's actually kind of crazy. Oh, wow. Max literacy. We're not going to get that, though. Numbers really go up a lot in these games. 2K income per month compared to something like 10, 1300s. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we're also spending 5,700 ducats a month on our expenses as well. So, there is that. I'm going to stop paying so much for stability. I'm just going to keep our stability at 69, not because it's the funny number, but just because I don't want to spend more. Actually, I will. I'd like to get our commoners up to the max tax that we can get them to. You should raid Drid more just to make him say your name. Oh? Well, I hope the stream went well yesterday. Take me home country road? No, take me home modern road. That's what we want. We want the modern roads. That's where the good value lies. Let's check our basic stuff. We want to open RGO builder. Mass build RGO everywhere. I want to go to merchant quarters. I don't care about available peasants or being under the building limit. Go ahead and mass build those everywhere. Make sure we have enough. I don't know why it's not building max in these locations. I'm pretty sure I told you to build to max. Down here works too. In my subject, they can get the trade because I probably want to integrate them. Though they are converting everything over to Francian, which feels bad. I can get 13 more merchant quarters built up in Constantinople. That's kind of wild. Moldavia. You can also have these. We'll need to make more paper, most likely, to help support this. But, yeah, you know, it's fine. It's fine. We can make more paper. That can get some as well. Because we like trade. And then we're going to do the same thing down here. 62? What? What are you talking about? That's crazy. I'm sorry. Are you telling me that this colonial nation is not exporting any goods because they just never built a single trade building? Not one marketplace. What the frick? What the frick? Okay, hold on. We're going to stop doing those. Build up a bunch of irrigations in Cairo, because that will put the pop capacity over 1 million, which will be funny. And then we're going to build probably not 60. Ooh, I could give them arts academies. Is the thing. Nah. Where is this? Well, you know what I'm going to do first, actually? I'm going to build max paper workshops here. Look at that. It's not even at its building level. I know you've had a rough time down here in Egypt, but come on. That's crazy. But if we do this, it might allow them to actually export goods up. Also, okay. I've been throwing. That's what it is. Because I get 33% of the trade capacity that my colonial subjects get. So this whole time when I'm like, oh man, I don't have any rice. Why am I not able to import any rice? What's going on? My pops are demanding rice. Well, the answer is the places I've been taking to get the rice haven't been able to export any because I didn't build the buildings. Now, to be fair, maybe they should have built the buildings themselves, and that's a valid criticism to make, I think. But 72 levels of paper? Stop building those. Stop building those right now. When do I get this stupid construction center? I think it was back here. Okay, construction centers are up third. I guess just keep making the paper, but we're going to cancel this paper and build a construction center first. That's wild. Well, no, it doesn't matter because they're building the irrigation right now. I think instead of trying to, get out over here and get a bunch of trade, not to say that I won't continue to build up trade in India with our buildings and whatnot, that we can build our trade buildings, because we do have some amount of trade going on out here in the Kuzakode market. 7 trades, lots of pepper to a whole bunch of different spots. So we are making a lot of money from that. Look at that. That's crazy. That's crazy. I like to keep my prestige if possible. And we got to discover China. We have to. We have to. Can I purchase fleet access? No. What about here? No. What about here? No. I'd like to purchase fleet access so that way I can do this. Milan to propose the Hungarian Milanese Union enact a policy for Union Foundation. Okay. Milan wants me to establish seniority. Are you sure? I mean, okay, yeah. I suppose I can do that. I'm just not sure why you'd want me to. But yeah, why not? AI, man. They know who's in charge. That's what it is. I need to steal Diplo Hegemon from VJ. We have an event right now that's lowering my Diplo rep by 4. Brutal, incompetent diplomacy. So once we get that back, we'll be back to Diplo Hegemon, and then we can start to influence people again. We are annexing Styria. We have slow negotiations, though, which does slow it down quite a bit. It'll be a little bit less than 10 years to make that happen. You don't have a trait yet. Where's your trait, child? Diplomatic. Alright, there's the galleon. Now we're going to unlock the war galleon. Which is our, like, special European one. Europeans get better heavy ships. So we'll see how that goes, because I am going to build them. We have 465 sailors coming in right now. 569 from our locations, and we're getting 42 from our subjects. Just more evidence that I need to build up shipyards in more places. Don't care about this. I just want to build up the shipyards. Everywhere down here. And you can also have shipyards down in there. Cool. Colony of Aden. We do have to kind of babysit these guys a bit because there's a huge lack of lumber down here, which feels kind of bad. So I gotta be careful of how much trade I actually build up down here. What is the wood demand looking like? We look at lumber. Yeah. That's kind of brutal. Carpenters? Who is building furniture here in the desert? Who's stupid enough to do that? Who done did it? Who done did it? I don't know. If I look across, there's sparse here. Can you build? No, you can build in farmlands though, right? There's no farmlands here anyways. This colony may just be out of luck. Because I don't think I have much capacity here. I do have 12 capacity. I'm making 77 ducats a month from trade here. What trades am I doing? We're trading pearls. Yeah, lots of pearls, and we're importing pepper here as well. This just needs a month tick to update. What if I don't make as much money, but instead import lumber? I would need to import a lot of lumber, though. I mean, we're talking like 20 units of lumber to import, which is going to be quite a significant amount of trade capacity. I think I need more. We need more merchant quarters. That's what it is. Need more merchant quarters. And then the problem is, like, I also have to feed these pops. And in order to expand these RGOs, that takes lumber. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Or I could just let them sit there and suffer, and I just make trade money off of them and, you know, use them like a colonial nation. There we go. We're Diplo Hegemon again. So now I can influence people. Why did my opinion with them go down? Because I got another hegemony, maybe? Wow, we have very different societal values. Well, maybe not. Guess some are the same and some are different. But I'd like to be able to build and trade with them if possible. Who's not married? Andrew Joanna. Okay, this is our ruler's daughter. I don't really want to marry Poland is the thing. Because that's like a war target. So I guess she's just going to marry a noble. Yeah. Von Babenberg. Why not? Did I discover trade companies work? No. Nope. No idea. What's your control like, you monster? What do you mean, what's my control like? My control's fine. Were you talking about Yemen? Yemen's a colonial nation, so I don't have to worry about the control down here. Not my problem. They'll figure it out. They will figure it out, okay? My control's looking good. Ish. I don't have Albanian as an accepted culture, so our control in here is kind of rough. This is all going to be Francian, so that's going to be kind of rough. I don't know what's up here. These people are really mad, though. They're, like, really mad. Oh, they're Catalan. Yeah. Yeah, it do be like that, huh? Ooh, you can actually be put onto an army. Okay, the thing is, this guy's really good, though. But I think nepotism's cool. I think it's good, actually. I think it's good and awesome, actually, that we have nepotism. Any more bridges to build? I think we're pretty bridged out, but maybe? Available peasants under building limit? No, we've bridged it up. Oh, that's in past only? Aha! We can build some bridges in Anatolia. We can build one in Alexandria, too. Imagine not building a bridge in Alexandria this whole game. Imagine. Do we even have full irrigation down here? Do I have full irrigation at all? Build. Build more irrigation. Yes, build it everywhere. I think it's good. You can even build it out here. Because we're going to own all this land. Also, I think Age of Absolutism is going to break the League War. Which means we could consider going to war with some people again, like Bohemia. Because right now they're defended by their entire league, so it's not really all that viable. That's North Sumatra. Oh, right. The Great Irrigation Building last time was only in our core territory. We have so much more irrigation to make. Look at all this irrigation level. It's just more pop capacity. Like, we have the money. It'd be kind of dumb not to build it all. I just wish there was an easier way to mass build irrigation. Like, I'm clicking mass build, but it doesn't... Well, it doesn't do that. I don't know why. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's unreasonable. That's probably a good reason. They're like, what do you mean you want to build hundreds of levels of irrigation at one time? Think about the demands for goods to build all those. And I say, no. I refuse to think. Thank you very much. It sounds like a lot of work, and I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to click buttons. And that's the extent of the plan. Even down here, more irrigation. It also just gives more food production, which is going to be a problem here pretty soon. I'm going to hold off on irrigation down here because I'm going to build a bunch of construction centers. If my subject wants to town over everything, so be it. I can't stop them. I can't stop them. So I'd rather just build max construction sectors down here and then make that work. I do want to check, though. Lumber. Yeah, burgers are importing 24 units of lumber down here. So we want to build... Okay, let's not do this. Let's do 5 units of lumber in each. This will help solve our problem. I know I said I was going to wait for construction sectors, but this is too important to make sure that we have enough lumber down here. I probably shouldn't build it in Cairo, to be fair. So we'll start to get all those built up. And we can build lumber down here, not because it's woods, but because it's farmlands. You can build lumber mills and farmlands, which I guess, I suppose. I don't know. Stone mines, alum mines, iron mines, copper mines, but I can already improve all of those, so why would I need to do this? I mean, I guess I might as well. I'm probably going to fail it anyways. Lessee clergy levies? That's perfectly fine. I don't care about levies. Demand for a new monastery? Ooh, are there any laws I want to change at this point? A noble army. That gives progress to aristocracy. That's fine. Noble command. Block lowborn commanders. Progress towards aristocracy. Army tradition from battles. Meritocratic leadership gives military tactics and free subjects. Yeah, I do like that one, but it doesn't really make sense for what we have here. We might want to flip over to strict censorship. Even though that does give progress to spiritualist, which, ugh. If anything, I'd like to get away from spiritualist if I can. But I don't know how we could. We do have central council at the moment. We'll probably flip over into absolute rulership here. Ooh. Maybe we should just... I'm just going to wait on this parliament. It's only a couple of months. Because if I can flip that... Oh, wait, no, I'm stupid. I already started it. It's too late. It's Jover, boys. It is, in fact, Jover. Okay, you can work on converting stuff to Orthodox. Why not? Then we'll get done with this tech. Look at that, we're getting +3 monthly research now. Nice. Ooh, South China coastline has been discovered. Should probably do an exploration out to here. Yeah, now we can do explorations from Aden. Which, I don't know, it's like all that big of a deal, but... Alright, there is construction centers. Does have a production method of masonry and tools, so it's not exactly cheap, but worth it, for sure. What else do I want from the Age of Reformation? What else could I possibly use is the question. I mean, mill tactics would be nice. Unit food consumption reduction would be nice. Naval batteries are whatever. Trade maintenance reductions, fine. Baggage trains for better auxiliary units is probably a good pickup. Naval maintenance reductions, kind of interesting. That does seem to be the most what we've got. I don't have port authorities yet, and I don't have... what is a port authority? Like, what kind of a building is this? It's a trade building? It says there can be multiple levels. I mean, sure, I guess I'll grab that. We'll see what it goes to. Yeah, let's grab the baggage train and the mill tactics down here. I guess we'll also grab that institution growth. We'll grab the unit food consumption as well. Tree Farms, Greg Tech never left us. That's right. We're still playing Terra Firma, Greg. We cannot escape it. Next thing you know, they're going to start asking me to do chemistry. I thought I had escaped. Do we flip towards capital economy? Nah. We're going to stay. We're going to stay the path. We're going to see how it goes. Disease? Measles? Where? I don't see any measles. You're crazy. You're crazy. There are no measles in Ba Sing Se. Okay? We're fine. And there it is. Many, many things going on. So, the age of absolutism. Let's start with that one. So, as for our focuses, admin focus, we have formalized officer corps for 25% army initiative, religious unification for 10% pop conversion speed, centralized government minus 10% proximity cost. That is huge. Subservient economy, 0.002 monthly development, additional colonists, 50% monthly colonial migration, additional diplomats, +1 diplomatic capacity, bookkeeping, minus 1% bank interest, civil service, 0.1% monthly control, local traditions for 2.5% estate satisfaction, and humanism for plus 10% max literacy. Diplomacy has agent training for +1 max diplomats, subject emissaries plus 25 subject opinion, state propaganda for minus 20% antagonism received, formal diplomacy for +2 diplo rep, diplomatic corps for 0.1 monthly diplomats, national trade for 10% trade capacity, national trade policy for 2.5% trade efficiency, viceroys for 10% income from colonial subjects, 25% diplo range, sheltered ports minus 20% navy repair cost, and naval fighting instruction 50% blockade efficiency. Military gives coastal careening for 5% ship repair speed at sea. Improved foraging, minus 25% army attrition. Discipline, plus 5% discipline. Absolutist administration, minus 0.2% monthly control decline. Offensive army, plus 2% army morale recovery speed. Superior firepower, 10% artillery power. Grand Army, 10% manpower. Regimental system, minus 5% army maintenance. Private to marshal, 10% infantry power. Corvettes, minus 10% naval damage taken. They're all pretty good. They're all pretty good, to be honest with you. This is probably one of the most difficult ones. Oh no, they're not letting me trade any fur here. Or I ran out. If you're really building up big on trade, you kind of need to go Diplo. Because that 10% increased capacity and 2.5% trade efficiency is huge. Because remember, if you go full plutocratic all the way, or is it free trade? No, if you go full free trade, you get 2.5% trade efficiency. So it's a pretty significant buff to your trade income if you do that. Oh, and you do get it for plutocratic as well. So it's like being able to max out another societal value. Which is really good. But I do think that we want to go for admin, specifically for that proximity cost. It's just so important for us as a land-based nation to reduce our proximity as much as we can. that I think we need to go for. There are other good things in here as well. That estate satisfaction is going to be really nice. Max literacy is going to be huge because I can't use some of the laws that give max literacy because it takes away like the peasants wanting to serve in the fields or whatever. So I don't really want to give that up. So I think we're going to go for an admin focus here. Two things have popped up. Number one, the Colombian exchange. Contact with new foreign peoples from beyond the sea has opened our country to novel crops and animals from these faraway lands. It has brought great opportunities to develop trade relationships that provide our merchants access to strange and exotic new products. So, from the old world, you can move potato, maize, tobacco, chili, and cocoa. From the old world, you can move a ton of stuff overseas. Coffee, wine, cotton, sugar, wheat, rice, sturdy grains, livestock, olives, and horses. If you move wine overseas, though, you should probably be put in jail. Yeah. If you spend your, 5 prestige and 100 ducats on moving wine to the New World, you are insane. What if I want to spread a New World good here? So we have access to chili and cocoa. Interesting. Very interesting. Now, the way to do this is we need to get access. Let's open the hint. Colombian exchange is connected trade. We may utilize any of the unique actions to the situation panel to bolster our market profit by introducing a new good to our market. That didn't really say much. We need to have access to the goods in a market that we can reach, I believe it is. And we can spread the goods here. Now, I would love to spread maize, because maize gives 8 food. So it's a very, very good food source. And we can replace some of our lesser food sources with maize. Right? Like this sturdy grain. What would happen is, if we wanted to put corn here, or maize, it would reduce this down to 1 level of RGO expansion. We'd then have to re-up it, and all the peasants would have to refill it. But, like, that's not a big deal to us. And, like, we can get rid of a lot of this wine as well. We can obliterate the wine, throw in stuff that makes us a lot of food or a lot of money. But we don't have access to it right now, unfortunately. And fish? Yeah, you can get rid of fish, too. So it is pretty nice to have. Of course, having these very nice goods that make a lot of money are good, too. I can only move that to Madagascar. I can grow chili, though, in Carpathia. Oh, I could put it anywhere? Anywhere I want? For me? Anywhere I want for me? Ooh. Now, I don't know. Are our pops even demanding chili right now? They will if we plant it. They will if we plant it. No. They'll change their mind, though. Where do we want to put this? We can nuke this wine. And this wine? Well, this wine is on a river, so eventually I'd like to put a better food RGO there. But this wine is not on a river, and therefore a pretty good choice for us to smack down a better RGO. Because it's wine. And wine sucks. And we can then trade all this valuable stuff away. Yay. Okay, so we're going to spread New World Good, Chile, into Carpathia. Let's obliterate that wine. Prosperity decreases by 10%. Wine farm decreases maximum by 17,000. Raw good is changed to Chile. And now we will re-expand that. Now these laborers will start to demote into peasants, I believe. But I'm going to refill it back up super quickly, so it's not going to matter all too much. We should also probably obliterate the wine here. In Buddha. Ooh. Imagine the chili fields of Buddha. Think about it. King Poe enacted prohibition in Hungary 1637, resulting in his violent defenestration in 1638. No, you can have wine. I just don't want to make so much, okay? It's fine. It's fine. Spread an old world good. There's nowhere I can go to. Alright, well, if I go Chile here, we can replace Buddha with fields of chili. Kind of funny. Kind of funny. And that'll build super quickly. Well, relatively quickly. What else can I replace with chili? Well, let's let those two build, and then we'll see what demand looks like. How about that? The other thing that's popped up is court and country. There's a 2% chance that we fire this every month. And it will be a pretty brutal... It'll be a pretty brutal disaster. How many construction buildings can I build here? 0. 0 because they don't have that tech. So I can't build it in their country. Well, that's unfortunate, to say the least. That's the word I'm going to use. Unfortunate. I'll build one construction center in every location. And why can't I build it in Buddha? Oh, I probably had construction level on, didn't I? Yeah. I'll build 3 in Buddha and in Pest. I'll build 2 in Constantinople, and that's all the money I have. Yeah. Pretty expensive to build in those big cities. Really, it would have been better to have them earlier, but what are you going to do? So that means that Cairo does just need to build a ton of paper. 24 paper will be fine for now. France, whose flag has changed, by the way, has yoinked diplomatic hegemon from me. Well, I don't appreciate that. 19.22 to beat them. Why is my diplo rep... Why is my diplo rep so low? Apparently VJ's just dropped. I still have the -4. I don't know how France has 17. They're cheating. I can't prove it, but they're cheating. Ooh, I can change a law super quickly. Super quickly. Let me check our laws here. What was the one that we were looking at? We were looking at absolute rulership. So that's what we are going to swap to. Ask for law change. Administrative system. Oh, hold on. Unitary administration minus 2.5% proximity cost. Confederal Union minus 5% proximity cost. Ooh. I think we want to stack absolutism early on here. And then flip over into those proximity costs. I think that's the play. Oh, did France become a great power again? Is that why? Did they get reelected? Son of a biscuit, dude. They just... Yeah, I vote for Schwarzburg. Oh, there's the military revolution in Poland. So that's the first of the institutions. What are the other ones? Scientific revolution. 5.2% chance to spawn in Cairo. 3.39 in Constantinople. Veen, 1.31% chance. Seminode, Alexandria. Wow. Big scientific revolution down there in our colonial nation. And manufactories. Genova, Savona, Verdun, and Perugia. Why? What? Total literacy of pops multiplied by location rank divided by value chains of candidates? But what's the actual... Does anybody know how to look at this? Oh, here it is. All of these. City. Banking? Europe, North Africa. Greater than 20,000 burgers. Greater than 80 building levels. Has less than minus 30 capital... Oh. I'm too far into that whole traditional economy thing to make it to where I can spawn it. So we're out of luck. I've activated your trap card of useless historical facts. The French took the effort to make wine in Missouri. Those plants would later save the French wine industry by providing aphid-resistant rootstocks. So you're telling me that it's America's fault that we have to listen to French people talk about how their wine is so good? Sorry, everybody. Our bad. Our bad. Okay, what does pop demand look like? They should start demanding chili now. Oh yeah. Well, they actually don't demand that much. We are exporting a bunch, though. That's kind of the whole idea. We definitely don't have enough supply for what we could be having, is the thing. I think we need to make more chili. I think that's the answer. More. 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 You. Get chilied. And you only have 8 levels. That's not very good. You have 18 levels. You are in a river, but that's okay. You are also going to get chilied. Boom. 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 Thank you for your service. Max that out. Just notice if you brought chili peppers and now other countries see them, have you activated chili pepper consumption for them? I sure hope so. I sure hope so. I hope all their nobles start to demand it. Because look, nobody really wants it right now. But if we start importing it into their markets, eventually their people will start demanding it. Kind of crazy that most places don't have any demand for it just because it's never imported in. Because there's no demand. So the auto trade AI goes, oh, I don't need to do that. Based on it, thank you for the follow. Orissa takes that. Diplomatic. Man, I can't even influence these guys anymore. Boo. Do you hate me? Not that much, actually. I really need to claim that diplomatic hegemon back. I am full spending on my Diplo, right? Yep, I am. Spending a lot of money on it. Oh my god. All that yapping about how important it was for us to sell gold. And what do we make money off of in the end the most of? Pepper trades. And salt, apparently. We're supplying the Bohemians with salt. Well, that sure is something. And then a lot of gold and silver, but salt, really. Oh wow, yeah, they do not have much. Interesting. 54 units of salt, making us 78 ducats a month. Pretty good. From the Dubrovnik market to the Praha market. Right, the prince has come of age. He's not half bad. We will invite him to an order of chivalry. Swan is military. Yeah. You might as well join mine then. Kiev would have a royal marriage. She's not bad either. She's got good stats. Yeah, alright. Could marry Brittany, same dynasty. European moment. Yeah, we'll go here. Can't eat gold, pepper, and salt, though? Well, I mean, you can. You can eat salt. In fact, you should. Salt is good. I like salt. Is it possible to make cocoa in Austria? Unfortunately, not. The goods are restricted based on... like, the locations need the right conditions. Like, the right climate for you to plant it. It's like, the only reason we have cocoa up here right now is because we have one location in Madagascar that we could swap out the sugar for and build it there. If we look... it is... where's my... yeah, it's tropical. I think that's what it is. I think it has to be tropical to grow it. Coffee in Brazil? Well, if we saw Brazil and we own parts of Brazil, we could take the coffee and move it there, yes. It's unfortunate that you can't spread old world goods around. So you can't just, you know, build everything into a certain RGO, but I get why. I get it. It's a game balance thing. Okay, merchant. Merchant quarters. This might be a bit overkill. I won't lie. I don't think we have enough paper to support all of these, but we're going to go for it. We're going to build them all, and then we're going to meet their demands, and then I'm going to start getting control over the Alexandrian trade, and we're going to start making money from that. Look at this. We already have 100 trade capacity here, and it's going to get a lot higher. A lot higher. I refuse to not be able to trade a whole bunch. Importing potato and maize. I would love to, but we can't see it, and I don't think... I mean, we can check. Yeah, Europeans haven't gotten over here. Oh, well, never mind. Castile has, in fact, started to show up in Peru, so that could help. Who's this? Magdeburg is getting the Caribbean. Good for them, I guess. Is there any maize that's been occupadoed? Yes. Okay. Well, maybe we can do something with that. Do we have enough range to reach the Americas? Yes, but we're really bad at colonizing because our capital is considered landlocked. So if we look down here at Colonial Charter, I'll just start it up temporarily. We only get +2 a month. Now, I haven't gone through and gotten all the migration bonuses or whatnot, so we could go back and do that. But we get this very, very nasty 0.05 modifier to any of our migration speed. So we just really cannot afford to do it. Like, it's just so slow that unless we go somewhere with no pops, which I guess the New World is technically pretty popless, it's not really worth it. But it doesn't seem like I have any colonial range out to there. I could go back to stealing maps, though. I do love stealing. We love stealing maps. We love stealing maps. So maybe we can do something. We'd have to find a real low pop area to go to, though. Like the Caribbean, I guess. So maybe I should have done that earlier. But it's not really our focus. Okay, I want to see if there's any maize that I can import. Any maize that I can import. If I wait a month, maybe? I just don't know if... Okay, they haven't even brought it back to Spain yet. So we're not going to be able to. Maybe if I just discover it? I don't know. It's tough. It's tough because unless Pops demand the good, the auto trade won't move it. And if the auto trade won't move it, then the AI won't bring those goods back to Europe. It's the same problem you have with pepper, right? It should be that, you know, Portugal gets involved in the trade in India with pepper and brings it back around into Europe and then sells you the pepper. But they don't do that. They just don't do it because there's no significant demand in most of the market. Now, pepper would probably work if Portugal could somehow get over here, but the only way that they're going to be able to get involved in the trade in India is to either grab this island, which we're working on, +1 a month. We're 75% of the way there. Or they have to build the trade buildings. But in order to build the trade buildings, you need 100 opinion. And most of these guys start off at -100 opinion because you're of a different culture and different religion and whatnot. So they can't build the building. So no European ever starts to trade in India. And AI India doesn't have the range or ability to trade into Europe. So the trade chains that should be happening aren't really happening. There's supposed to be a pepper trade via the Silk Road, though. I mean, there is pepper being imported into these places. But the thing is that it just gets stopped there. Like, the Silk Road doesn't really happen. Like, you could import across land for a decent ways and get it to you, but it doesn't go from, like, Tabriz to Tbilisi to Trebizond and then to Constantinople. That's not what happens. You would skip all of these and go straight to the source. Otherwise, it's just going to get sucked up in every single one of these markets along the way. And there'll never be enough to actually move it in and through. Like, look, even Egypt has -22. It's like, well, okay, why? Surely Alexandria node at this point can reach India. Like, why is the AI not importing? And maybe it's because I just didn't give them enough trade capacity. But still. It's a little funky, a little wacky, a little crazy. Little crazy, if you ask me. Hey, Brian. How on fire is Europe? Well, pretty on fire now that it's the age of absolutism. We're going to start seeing, you know, something happen, surely. The League War should break apart at some point. The War of Religions. Oh, never mind. Never mind. It has to be at least the age of revolutions. I'm not sure why the Catholics don't just declare. They have France and Bohemia. They would definitely win. I don't know if they're allowed to. So I might just never be able to actually expand into these places because they're all inside the leagues. And I'd have to fight the entire league to take anything, and that does not sound all that enjoyable to me, to be completely honest with you. We spread Chile. Do I want to spread the Chile anywhere else? Like, we're going to have a total monopoly on Chile in Europe because no one else is going to want to invest into it. So I could drop these horses and put Chile there as well. Spread New World Good here. And if we need more horses, we can build stud farms and whatnot, but we don't really need that many. If I want to bring maize into Hungary, I need to go get a location with maize. So, I guess stealing maps is the way. I'll also start to explore with this guy to get closer in. So maybe we can get involved in something over there. Yeah, these guys are mad because they have a base -10 liberty desire in the age of absolutism. Which kind of sucks. Kinda sucks. Catholic zealots are rising up. That is what it is. I have 20,000 ducats that I would like to spend. RGO builder. Go ahead and mass expand RGOs where we can. How can Russia colonize the New World or Alaska if their capital region is landlocked Moscow? It's not. Russia has enough coastline. I would assume that it counts this as coastline for the sakes of colonization. Just ours is not, which is weird because it's, you know, there is a coastline here, technically speaking, but I understand that it's a very small coastline. So it doesn't really work. Well, okay. I take it back. I'm wrong. I'm incorrect. I don't think Russia counts as having a coastline. And I don't think Carpathia counts as having a coastline because it doesn't have any sea tiles or sea locations in its region. I think that's what's stopping us. So that's why Carpathia doesn't count. That's why North Germany doesn't count. Well, I guess we can check this because Magdeburg does have their capital in North Germany. So if we go over here let me make a save. We can check. World map. We're gonna load in as these guys real quick. Plus 62. No, they don't have that malice. I know that having more maritime presence in your home region increases the speed of colonization. But I guess I don't know why that one doesn't count, but Carpathia does. Because Moldavia locks you from the sea? No, because it's region-based, not nation-based. I don't think. Do you think it's really that simple? Well, I just made a save. Let's test. If I go to Moldavia. If I seize this, I now have a border. Let's let a month tick go by. Did North Germany have a region I just missed? No. This counts as the Britain region. I mean, clearly it has a coastline, though. Maybe you just need enough of a coastline, or maybe they just don't count that as a coastline for Carpathia. We're just in a bad spot for colonizing in general. Where's this little island? Son of a biscuit, dude. That is what it was. Or at least part of it. Is you need a coastline in your actual region. You just can't use another region. Well, there you go. We're learning. We're discovering. Another son of a... You know what? 3 sons of a biscuit. 3 whole sons. How disloyal is Moldavia now? What did that do to their loyalty? Oh, that goes away so fast. That goes away so fast. Like that is almost instantly. Well, that's nothing. Subject actions. Seize territory. And I'm just going to keep taking their coastline here. Sorry, Moldavia. It's got to happen. It's got to happen. And then I need to turn it into integrated, right? Unless it's automatically integrated. That'd be kind of crazy. This will make them disloyal. They'll get over it, though. Is it automatically? Whoa. That's kind of nice. Okay. So I need to send my boats up here. You need to patrol the Black Sea. They go here, which isn't necessarily where I want them to go first. I'd rather them go up in here first. This is a town, so let's build a shipyard. I'd like a wharf. That'll help. That'll work. The Treblinje earthquake of 1639. The area around Treblinje has reported a sequence of earthquakes during the last few days. While the population was in panic and significant damage occurred both during the earthquake and the following fires breaking out, thankfully the damage seems to be in a manageable state. Our advisors also pointed out we could use the destruction caused by our convenient opportunity to reinvest into Treblinje and to shape it to our desires. Aw, man. Aw, man! Is it gonna hurt Dubrovnik? Neighboring locations. Ah, nuts. We'll spend the money to support them. Oh! Rip those pops. Crete has joined our squad. Our Orthodox squad. Did I delete all my merchant buildings? That's interesting. All of them, huh? All of them? Really? For real, for real? All of them? My colonies need to step it up. Not to be a hater or anything, but they gotta step it up a bit on their whole tech thing. Also, it's getting way too expensive to build in Constantinople now. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. We're just gonna have to finish out with these builds here. Because we're at, yeah, plus 1,142% new building cost. Yeah, it might be a little bit over building cap. 169 building levels, and I have 398 here. Yeah. Oh, you know what I forgot to do is build up our actual real life navy. We have war galleons, so let's build some. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There we go, boat bros. We're so back. We're so back. We're so building. We can see the Moluccas. Moluccas. Turn 8 owns all that. Look at all these cloves that are just sitting here begging to be colonized. They're just begging to be colonized. They're asking me. They're saying it's free. It's actually free. So the question is, where do I go first? Buru is probably the best one. I will... Well, no, hold on. I will want to make a colonial nation over here. So somewhere over here would make sense. We gotta be real careful, though. Because if they get a rebellion over here, we're just out of luck. Well, I'll have boats if I can find a way around Africa. Yeah, this has extra spices coming out of it, obviously. Or extra cloves. 500%? 500%? Ooh, I want that island. Ooh, I want that island. Yeah, I do think that going for Saram here, specifically focusing on Hitu, is best. So let's go ahead and start a colonial charter here. You can leave from Byzantium. They have plenty of people. +7 a month. Okay. You know what that means? We need to go back to the Age of Discovery. We need to unlock colonial policy. Native policy. Trade gives reduced colonial maintenance. Subjugation or integration. We can boost colonial charter and send people to the colonies. We're going to want both of those. And these are now in an old, like 2 older, so the 2 older institutions. So it's gonna be super cheap to research these, relatively speaking. I might want to grab this prox cost through maritime -0.5. That's a pretty big deal. If I do send it through proximity anywhere, I think I skip it though, and I get this food production instead, because the little ice age is on its way, and it will not be kind. I never grabbed the foreign culture law. Oh, I'm throwing so many misplays. 1337. We gotta go back. We gotta restart the Hungary playthrough, guys. Too many things I did wrong. It's Jober. Mercury patios are kind of nice. Oh yeah, we've got Mercury patios. I should check if I can build any more anywhere. Ah, I can. So let's build some more of them. Did the trade company do anything yet? Nope. It's gone. You want mercantilism or tree freight? Tree freight. Wow. I'm speaking real good today. I'm speaking with the best of them. Tree freight is more trade efficiency, less protection, more burger trade capacity. Mercantilism is more expensive for people to buy my stuff and less trade efficiency. No. We definitely don't want mercantilism. Number of market centers is increasing it by 0.3. What? Export ban. Enact increased trade regulations. What the? That's insane. You want that people in your markets buying stuff, you guess, not having it flow out of it? I suppose, but it reduces my trade efficiency, which I don't want. Also, I wouldn't mind if our king died. Just saying. Embezzler's kind of rough. He does have good stats, though, so I should probably be more thankful he's around. And he builds spy network real fast. There's institution growth. I'm not even really paying attention to institutions. Yeah, it's already here. It's already spreading everywhere. Pest has the scientific revolution. Doesn't have manufactories or military revolution yet. It will spawn, though. It's fine. We're still doing older techs, so I'm not too concerned. Colony of Lackadive. Nice. We finally got Lackadive. Lackadive nuts. Got him. I will keep it as a part of Hungary for now. Congrats to us. We have a market in our location in these markets. So does that mean that I can request market preference? Nope. If you have a market anywhere, you cannot request a market preference. Well, there goes the whole reason for that idea. Oh no, not my trade efficiency. I need more than my 3K income. Correct. Correct. Are better professional military units enough of a boost to win a war against, say, France as Milan? It depends on how early it is. Like, levies are worse than standing troops, always, I think. But they're not worse enough to where your numbers are going to be significantly boosted. Now, it depends on what you're trying to take from France, because if France is trying to push into the Alps, you can make it to where you can fight in locations that have a limited amount of frontage. So, for example, there's -4 from the mountains here, and you can use smaller professional armies to try and make sure that their big peasant armies can't do as much damage. And you'd also have defensiveness bonuses around here. But you beat France and Naples in about 1450 or so. I'd recommend a save. And best of luck. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. France has a lot of troops. And for the most part, more troops is better. Just in general. More troops is better. Can I embrace scientific revolution? I sure can. It cost me 14 stability. That's nothing. 16,000 ducats. That's nothing. It is clear to the world. It is clear that the world is smaller now than ever before. The rise of a global trade in the printing industry led to an increased flow of people and ideas, allowing for a more widespread dissemination of knowledge. This in turn resulted in a more thorough questioning and analysis of the reality of the world. What was once just accepted as fact is now questioned, and what was once only poorly understood is now observed, and what was only supposed, tested. The recent advances in areas such as mathematics, physics, or biology are undeniable, but the real revolution is the change in the perception and the approach towards science itself and the way of understanding it. Systematic experimentation is the true scientific revolution, and it will surely change completely our conception of the world. And now, we're going to cancel everything. All the techs that we just set up. They're canceled. Well, I don't have the money to build all these modern roads yet, so I guess we keep going. But this is what we really care about. Then we probably want to go for rights of the crown for absolute rule, for more progress to absolutism. There's so many good things here. Like, there's better paper manufactories now, so we can get even more paper. Even more. Integrate area allows us to integrate entire areas at a time. Allows autocratic parliament, constitutional parliament, +1 possible government reforms. There's press laws for state press to get progress to serfdom and absolutism. We want that for sure. We just need just a flat 10% paper output. Economic policy. Raw material output 5%? Wait a minute. Ah, there's progress to free trade. Royal charters for naval maintenance. I mean, that's really good. That 0.1 monthly legitimacy is a lot of money. There's also naval doctrine. Fleet in being for naval maintenance reduction. Free oarsmen for galley power. Merchant navy for trade range. And progress to free trade. Shipboarding for ship chance. We might want that too. More cultural influence is kind of nice. I think we go for the max literacy here. There's so many good things. So many good things. You hate how the AI conquers all of North Italy as the emperor? That's valid. That's valid. We haven't run into that in this game, but I know that other people have also been running into that. Okay, we spend no money. No money spending. It's time for roads. We spend a little bit of money. We spend 3,800 ducats on cost of court to get our legitimacy back up. Ooh, I need to save money for court and country. I don't actually love the like 2% chance to appear each month. I'd rather just tick up to being fired or whatnot, but it is what it is. Can I lower dip spending to save up? Yeah, I could, but I would lose my Diplo Hegemon. I guess I'm not really doing too much with it. As long as it's only Moldavia that's disloyal, I don't particularly mind. Doesn't bother me too much. I don't need stability to be any higher than 60 at the moment. So we'll keep it there. The calmest sea. I would rather... Oh, nice. We're at 100 innovativeness. Ooh, aren't we having somebody push innovativeness right now? On our parliament? Or cabinet? Yeah. Let's change societal value over to... Absolutist. I don't know if I've taken a look at that yet. So max Absolutist gives minus 30% heroic privilege cost, 100% crown power, minus 5% estate satisfaction equilibrium, minus 2.5% pop join rebel threshold. Max Liberalism gives 5% estate satisfaction, plus 20% culture capacity, plus 2.5% pop join rebel threshold, and minus 10% parliament request issue support needed. Which means essentially if you're at max, you only need 40% parliament approval to pass something. So we are obviously going to go for max absolutism here. That's the plan. Max absolutism, max serfdom, traditional economy. You know the deal, all right? We're sending it. We're sending it. But if we can get that 100% crown power from absolutist, oh baby. Does 25% levy combat damage or levy combat efficiency make levies do 25% more damage or what? It's like combat ability. I think it affects both offense and defense. I've not done extensive testing with it though. What are these light ships doing over here? These are my trains. Am I stupid? Don't answer that. Trick question. That was a trick question you're not supposed to answer. I need you to patrol the Black Sea. No, thank you. You're allowed to say no to that. Any other answer, unacceptable. Let me sort by crown characters. I'll put you in charge of the boat. We're not actively fighting, so I think what I do is just throw crown characters on all of our armies. We just start making more crown power for ourselves. I think I still have some stacks down here. Yeah, I sure do. Oh, I need to upgrade all these stacks as well. Because they have the upgraded baggage train things. Let's not have a bunch of like 80-year-olds running our military. That's not really a good idea. You know, battlefields aren't necessarily the best place for people that are older. I would argue. Well, to be fair, they're probably not best for anybody. You know, when you really think about it. Besides, a lot of these generals are kind of old. So I guess I can let them retire and go back home to see their families or something. I guess. I suppose they've earned it. Greedy as they are. There we go. That's upgraded. You have reached age. Make sure you get married. Well, Davia, won't you forgive me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I yoinked all your land, okay? My bad. My bad. What, can you forgive me? I can't curry favors. We owe them 100 favors. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Why do I owe them so many favors? They're my subject. I think it's because they get favors when they get called into my wars. And so every time I go to war, my vassals are like, oh yeah, you owe me now. It's like, well, do I though? What is slow negotiations gone? Okay. That's fine. We do have Wave of Innovation. It's going to go for another year. It's kind of sad that we're going to lose that. Hey, good news. This is actually decaying. It's decayed by 0.1 in the last 100 years, I think. Don't destroy patriarchates. I don't know if that's bugged. I might have to report that one, because that feels crazy. Because it's crazy that it's still there. I mean, it's been hundreds of years at this point. And I've also converted to Orthodoxy. You'd figure they'd forgive me at some point. You know? Let bygones be bygones and all that. We don't gotta be enemies, you know? Okay, how's that chili looking? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. It's looking good. We should import more. We should import more for sure. Spread chili to Carpathia to this wild game here. Don't need the wild game. And then I should also start putting chili into some of these other locations as well. Like these horses. Well, it's like our only source of horses for down here. So we'll keep it. Ooh, we could build it down here instead of these legumes in our colonial nation. Let's do that. Yeah, see, because they really want chili in their markets. I should probably spread at least one chili to every market. That would make sense. That way the burden of trading to myself is reduced. Southeast Asian coasts are discovered. Balkans. you can't grow chili in Mountains? Apparently? Is that what's going on here? That's what it seems to be. I guess I didn't notice it up here. Let's just check that. Yeah. You can't build them in markets or in mountains. Interesting. We don't want to replace any food RGOs down here for sure. 15 wine there. Sounds perfect. Chile, Balkans. Wine gets obliterated. Max that out. Then we're going to need one down here. How's this market capital doing? Still needs more pops. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. Plenty of wine down here to replace. Looking like this is going to be our best bet. Right here. So let's bring that in. Boom. And then you already know what's got to happen now. Now, the downside of this, if I put it in Italy directly, is this location will starve. So I don't know if I can actually afford to do that. Unfortunately. I'll have to start paying for their food, and I don't think that I want to do that. Now, there is a chance that because we're doing this, that people in Europe start to replace their trade goods. I don't know how often the AI does it. I guess we'll find out. I'm fine with losing some liturgical influence. We can do a synod. I think we just want to go for the research again. There's 5% tax efficiency, though. The research is just so good. I mean, it's like 4.5 months of research. You can do this once every 10 years, but I mean, that's significant. It's going to help us catch up on tech. Or stay ahead on tech, I should say. There are other ones as well that are good, but I think I'm just going to go for the 10 research progress again. Are you going to colonize the Spice Islands in Indonesia? We are. Yeah, we are. Whew. Thought I forgot for a second. Yeah, we're working on it. We'll take a bit. And I don't know. I'd like to take turn 8, but I'm not sure how I'll be able to do that. Realistically. They've also towned over the cloves. They haven't maxed out the cloves. They only have one marketplace. See, this is what I don't understand. Why... Steel discovered my spy. Why do they only have like 3 here? Oh, are they just short on cloth? Is that what's going on? I don't care if I can build. I want to look at their stuff. It does seem to be that they're just short on resources. On paper, they don't have the fiber crops. And, like, they could build fiber crops, though, is the thing. They could build the building. Fiber crop farms. They need to be built on not Arctic climate. So, like, they could build fiber crop farms here in order to supply their paper here, and they can produce more paper, and then if they have paper, do this. But it seems that this is just short on cloth. But you can also Ooh, actually, sheep farms are more difficult. I will give them that. If you don't have a specific kind of area for them. Yeah, it needs sparse farmlands or grasslands. Sparse farmlands or grasslands. So, yeah, I guess that is their problem, is they can't make a lot of cloth. And because they can't make a lot of cloth, they can't do a lot of exporting. But then the question is, well, I guess they're not actually working these tailors guilds. Oh, right, but you can use fiber crops to make cloth. Wait a second. So the AI is just dumb. They're just dumb. They're not using what they have here. Like, somehow their lumber isn't fully maxed out, even though it's super expensive. I mean, they don't really have the pops, I suppose, is part of the problem. They're a little bit popless. Yeah. They're just a little bit popless, it seems. I don't know. I think it would probably make a better colonial nation than an actual nation. Just because you could build it up specifically to do it. The lumber was missing tools. Lumber RGOs require tools to build, but they don't require tools to upkeep. But yeah, they would run into an iron problem. But like, that's the whole idea, is that you would build up the trade buildings, though, and then you can import those resources that you need. But the AI just can't think that. They can't think that far ahead. Because like in here, there's a ton of potential for iron. All these wetlands are just iron potential, because you can build the bog iron smelters. And you can import the iron to here, then you export the cloves to like China, and you make just a ton of money from that. But you'd have to be able to like see that before you do the trade. And I don't know how you teach the AI to do that. Trade colonies or settled colonies? No. I want settled colonies. Unless reduced foreign building cost is kind of funny for us. If I just improve with everybody in Europe that has coastal locations, I could just build a bunch of trade buildings and steal all their money. For now, though, let's go for settled colonies for plus 100% monthly colonial migration. So now we're getting... AO? That says 100%, right? That right there says 100%. And then that right there says 10%. That's not the same number. I'm feeling a little scammed. It takes time for it to go into effect. You're so right. You're so right. I'm being impatient. I should be more patient. I'm going to influence you. I really want to influence Majapahi. Oh, they're a great power, so I can't. I'm going to influence you. Palembang? I know I said we weren't going to build anything. I was lying. You simply don't understand what I'm thinking. Is it more Verona? It is more Verona. I don't need to mass build all this stuff. It's fine. But I do want a lot of money. How's the old demand for paper down here? Buddy old pal. A lot of tea demand. There's a decent amount of iron demand. Paper. The burgers are only importing 1.09. Hey! That's pretty good. And we're still building more paper down here. Nice. Oh. Fine. Mersologlu, 10 Rivermiss, backs policy change. The inner workings of our government are quite complex and often leave room for corruption and lobbies to grow. The latest challenge to our power comes from none other than Mersologlu Tarn Rivermiss. According to his rhetoric, Emperor Anjou Robert III is actively hurting the stability and efficiency of our legal system in an apparent effort to reverse the damage. He suggests the implementation of decentralized bureaucracy. I think you should do something that I'm not allowed to say. I think you should consider going on a boat trip. Very far away. That's what I recommend. That's the best case scenario for you here. We're not Mr. Nice Guys anymore, okay? This is absolutist Hungary. You're, you speak out, that might be the last speaking you do. Just saying. Just a nice friendly warning. Where's the damn capital of this thing? Here? I will probably take land from these guys. Ooh, I've maxed out with VJ. Please say it. There's a lot of opinion here. 26! That's like nothing! I can send them 33,000 ducats for 40 opinion. I can offer them fleet basing rights. I can offer them military access, which will give 10 opinion. Really, I wouldn't mind allying them, but they're not interested. Well, they're not far off. Same thing with Majapahi. I wouldn't mind allying, but they really aren't interested. Yeah, it's minus 40, so like we might be able to convince them to do this. They do have a decent amount of coastline that I could build trade buildings in. Let's start sucking up to them a bit. I can't influence them because they're a great power. Okay, you're pretty good. Wait, I should check royal marriages. Nope. Nope. They are not interested. Salvation. Whoa! Bump that diplo spending up a bit. Egypt, you're not allowed to be disloyal. I really loathe that. I have done nothing but be nice and kind to you. I have done nothing but stand by your side. That's all I'm saying. Let me go ahead and influence them. Let me influence all of my subjects. You are not allowed to be mad at me. That's crazy. How do I give them representation? Country strength of all colonial nation countries versus overlord. Oh man. I'm gonna have to start dealing with this. Man. I have to start dealing with all my colonies being like, oh no, we're disloyal. We hate you. We hate you. Even though I'm willing to give them representation, I just don't know how. Is it a law or something? I know, but I've checked the laws and found nothing. I've been left wondering, where oh where can I make them loyal? It also really heavily discourages me from wanting to use colonial nations. Guess you still need to help them in the war? Okay, but I'm still stuck in the war. That's a problem. I'm still here. Black Law. Minus 10% max control. That sure is something. Alright, we can swap over into Leviathan now. For more crown power. and more progress to absolutism. So let's do that through our states here. Oh, I don't want to get pushed towards naval. Address artisan guild complaints. Sure. Law change. Les six livres de la Republique. No, I want Leviathan. 10% more crown power when that's fully implemented, of course. Right now we're at 52% crown power. No taxation with representation. I'm trying to give them representation. I don't know how. I want them to be represented. I want them to have a say. You know how it goes. I want them to be loyal. That's what matters. And they are making that very, very difficult for me. We've unlocked the native policy law. Yeah, I don't really care if society's pops don't like me. Promote tribesmen. This will make tribesmen to peasants when a colonial charter flips a location to becoming owned. Yes. Paradox hates Denmark. They start with 400 debt. Skill issue. Denmark's skill issue. Simply, next time, a Danish company should make map games. Then, and only then, will they be safe from big paradox. Local nobles' power grows. I don't really want to lose that stability. Guess I'm going to send you into the desert. Congratulations. Can I get this passed? No, but I can't adopt to humanists, so I will do that. Push that a bit. This needs to belong to me. I don't know if I want to give Egypt anything now. I was going to, but now that there's a risk that they become disloyal, I don't know if it's worth it. Oops. Sent too large of an army into the desert. We can definitely get some stuff. Like, there's one location they should probably have. If we look. Like, we should give them this from Barca. Just so they can walk through to their locations. But... and, I mean, I can give them the rest of this province here. Like, do I really want to push up the Nile at all? Like, not really. I don't really need to either. Hey, nice. One location unlocked. This will become a town when the colonial nation is formed. So we don't need to worry about that too much. Flying Dutchie, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How was the stream? Hope it went well. What were you guys up to today? I mean, I'm sure you were playing EU5, but what were you playing? Are you still on a Netherlands run, or are you doing something different? You love the new CPU tick feature? Oh, I forgot to turn that on. That's all right. We're going to plenty fine speed for now. Eastern Roman Empire. I'm sorry. I think you meant Byzantium. Is that who you're playing? Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha. We are playing Hungary. We have entered into the age of absolutism. It is 1642. We're currently involved in a war our colonies called us into, so that's fine, I guess. One of them is a little disloyal, that being Egypt. We are currently investing into building up their trade capacity. Cairo, after these 3 papers are built, I'm glad that I remembered to look. I said I wasn't going to spend money, but I'm going to spend a little bit of money to build... how many of those? 62 merchant quarters in Cairo. I did not invest into my colonies enough, so I am now trying to fix that problem. But other than that, we're doing pretty well. We're just waiting for court and country to spawn, so that way we can go through the disaster. We are getting involved in the Colombian exchange a little bit. We've brought some Chile back into Hungary, and we've started to build it up, mostly inside our core territory. But I do have one source in each of our markets here, except for I don't think I did one here, so I do need to put one down in Zimnikeo. You're like 500 hours now and you've never reached the 1600s? That's fair. It's, number one, a long time investment to get to. And there's so many nations to play. And number two, you've already kind of won the game by this point, as most nations. So you get that feeling to restart. I get it. I do. But I wanted to make sure that we go into some of the content that's later on in the game for people to see, since I know that not everybody's going to want to actively play the game to that point. Let's see. I need to replace... It's an RGO I don't really care about down here. It's probably going to be that wine. Wine's just so good to get rid of. It's so good to get rid of the wine. No! What? Was that in a different region? Why can't I place it there? Flatlands? Woods? Oh, it's cold, arid? Aw, nuts. Nuts. Okay. Well, then... This fish is probably... it's towned over. Horse. Horse, go bye-bye. Goodbye, horse. Hello, Chile. There we go. Yeah, because I want to make sure that my pops are getting these goods demanded. If you go really absolutist, you might get the revolution. Oh, I plan on going full absolutist. I want 100 absolutism. That's 100% crown power. That's good stuff. I need to steal maps. I need to steal the maps real badly. Okay, Pope Man. I'd like your maps, please. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Steal map of the Caribbean, preferably. There ain't no way the Pope doesn't see the Caribbean, right? Eastern Caribbean Sea. 10 antagonism. Yeah, but it's all the way over here, so it doesn't count. Let's increase our diplo spending a little bit more so we can get more diplomats back. So I also want to steal from Poland. Right now, I'm trying to see if I can snag a colony somewhere over here. Because we do know that there's not a lot of colonization happening in like this area. And I would like to get maize so I can start replacing some of our less efficient RGOs with maize. Like this sturdy grain needs to go. Don't want it. But I'm saving up so much money that way I can build modern roads, which we're a couple techs away. We're getting some older techs right now, and then we're going to get the modern roads, and it's hopefully going to be good. This is my daughter. You could marry Poland at this point. Yeah, I'm married to the heir, my vassal. That's fine. Styria should be annexed soon. 1645, it still says. Slow negotiations. Should go away this year? Yeah, November. It might just complete at that point. It'll be close. It'll be close. And then we'll be able to do that. I can have a rival. France. France, you ain't nothing. You have 695 ducats of income. You've almost made it back to your historical peak. It's embarrassing how weak you are. Everybody says how strong you are, but I don't see it. I don't see it. You're weak and bad and ugly, but that's not really on topic. That was just being mean. You're planning to go to the end date for your first run just to do it? Yeah, I'd like to get to the end of the game here with Hungary. And then I'd like to do another game where I go to the end, but on Iron Man. So that way we can get the achievement for playing through the whole game. I actually enjoy quite a bit, like mid to late game. I think it's fun. I think it's when everything really comes online. Now, I would need the AI to be a bit more developed to really feel that. But like the armies feel good at this point, and the economy starts to work. If you can really start to chain together like big, important trades, you can make a lot of money. Encourage the encomienda system. The matter of the native population is of key concern to us. Must ensure that natives under our care are protected from hostile neighbors, become properly civilized, and practice the true faith. Our plan is to charge our colonists with this duty, wherein each colonist will be given a number of natives to tutor and protect. This is obviously not something that people will do for free, so the natives will provide a number of days of labor to our colonists in return. Not slavery, guys, okay? It's not slavery. We're just going to force them to learn about our God and follow our cultural norms, and then they have to serve us for the privilege of learning these things. It's different, all right? Totally different. This is an excellent development. 100% raw materials output. That is pretty good. I'll give you that. That is pretty good. Not slavery, just free labor coded. Exactly. Exactly. I don't want a separate super piece. We should take the war goal of Barca first. Why are you getting a claim on Barca? Like, for what? For what? I mean, sure, I'll take it for you. It's just, that's 121 aggressive expansion, or antagonism. Like, it doesn't really matter, but, like, they also didn't need to call me into this war. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. Here we go. Let's hand Egypt all this stuff, even though they're not super loyal. Seed province. Seed province. Seed province. And we'll cede this to them as well. Okay, Egypt, there you go. Even though you're not really fully using all of your pops, you now also own this desert. Congratulations. I hope you're happy. Speaking of achievements, are you doing 3 mountains as your first achievements in EU5 or maybe the last? I don't know. 3 mountains is looking like a real tough one in EU5. You gotta win like 2 or 3 wars or something. That's a lot of wars. The steel maps of Hispaniola. Yeah, he's already gotten the good island. This is a place that's really nice. 2 gold, 3 tobacco, 2 amber, 1 with a plus 50% local amber output. There's also 2 chili, a cotton, beeswax, 2 lumber, stone. Like this is so good. Copper, iron. You can develop this island to be very productive. And yeah, and maize. Unfortunately, they've already grabbed it though. We'll probably be trying to look somewhere else. I don't know if we have the colonial range though to get out here. No. But it is close. It is very close. We might be able to get some of these islands in here. Poland, can I steal your maps? Yes. Poland does not know anything about the Caribbean. Well, I'm gonna look at the Azores. Just so that way if I do send boats out there, maybe I can get naval access with Castile so my boats don't die on the way back. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. That's Diplo. France takes my diplomatic hegemony. Maize, tobacco? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All things we would like to bring back here, since that would be... It'll be more efficient for us to grow stuff in Europe and trade it in Europe than to trade it directly from the colonies. Alright, here is our ships. We do, in fact, have a heavy fleet now. We'll storm in Constantinople, because that was the plan. And Levant has joined our ecumenical patriarchate. Oh yeah, we're Orthodox. Raiders. We're Orthodox. Anomi, thank you for the follow. War for Paris. Create a dominion out of the entirety of France. Well, I can't make dominions. But no, I don't really have any interest in going to war with France. In general. Oh, I don't need to use soldiers as workforce in Thrace anymore. Instead... we could send people to the colony. No, I want to boost colonial charter. We want to send people from Byzantium to our colony of Saran. So this is going to send 155 pops a month, basically from Constantinople, into this colony here. I mean, that's massive for us. That's a huge increase. So we're gonna need to make sure that we're doing that. It's lumber. Yeah, these will fill up over time. When it gets turned into a colonial nation, it'll fill up faster because they'll have more control. Fleet basing does give more naval reach. I don't believe it gives colonial reach. And I don't know if anybody's really going to be willing to give me naval rights. I mean, maybe Poland? I can request fleet basing rights from Poland. There's that. But no, it seems that it's still outside my colonial range. Naples joins the coalition against me. Naples, I think you need to stop. I think you should just relax, you know? You're barely a country anymore. You keep getting your ass kicked. There's no reason for you to try and prove something to me. How about you fight the Pope before you start trying to fight me? Don't blame your problems on a heretic. It's the leader of your faith that's tearing you apart. Not my problem, and not my fault. What? Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. That's super unfortunate. Because they've now split my colonial nation into two markets. That sucks. Prefection. Allowing her to be an eligible heir under certain conditions. And granting access to niche interactions which are limited to male characters. I could do that? How good is my oldest daughter? Not good enough. Well, that's something to keep in mind. And I will keep that in mind. You are rowdy. You are gregarious. Gregarious. Hey, is that an annexed subject I see? Annexing Styria. Boom. We gain all those cores because all this is... Wait. What? Why is it a core? Danube Bavarian. Did I accept Danube Bavarian? Did I do that? No. It wasn't even tolerated. Huh. Well, I'm not complaining. You now inherit your vassal's cores. Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty nifty. There you go. Mass expand RGOs. We now own all of this for ourselves. The Hungarian Empire grows larger. I could consider annexing these guys down here in the south. Though I'd have to culture swap all this away from Francian. So I don't know if I really need to do that. In the grand scheme of things. I think we'll be fine. But... well, depending on if I need to change any more laws, we might go to war with Halych in the next one. Next parliament, I should say, more specifically. And start expanding up into here. Because I do want all this amber and all this fur under my control if we can. Or I can just keep going into the Ottomans as well. They already hate me, so. Is what it is. Oh, the Pope loathes me. Took locations in a peace treaty. What? When did I take land from the Pope? I don't think I did. I don't think I've ever taken land from the Pope. I've been nice to the Pope. Maybe it's just in general. Hey, Gurgle, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Check if I got access to new crops. Oh, because I unlocked it? Or I can see it now? No. No dice. We need to have access to it in some way. Which is why if I can get out here into this market, then I think I can move it. I just need one. One location out here. But I need to steal more maps. More felt hats. Nobility are concerned. Everybody is concerned posting. I would like your maps. I'd like to yoink maps. Of where? I don't really need all these maps. Like, I'm not going to be able to take all this from them, so let's just grab this, and I'm going to stop stealing maps from Poland. Poland is in South Italy? What? What the? How? Why? Poland? Go away. What do you think you're doing? Who do you think you are, Poland? Huh? Who do you think you are just rolling up in here? Dude, look at that line. That line is going so straight up, we could barely see it. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow, this guy sucks. But he is a crown character, so he gets to have kids. That's how it goes. Chad, Poland? I don't know about that. I'm so surprised this hasn't fired yet. Imprisoned countrymen in the Duchy of Lorraine. I will do that for the prestige. Because prestige is how we spread these goods. Now, if I look at our chili, we need more. The people demand more chili. Oh, they demand more chili. Ooh, they demand it. Fellas, it's time to make some money. Who likes money? I like money. All this down here. All this. What do I need prestige for? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Wine, goodbye. Chili, here. Wine, goodbye. Chili, here. Wine, goodbye. Okay, cool. I picked 2 towns to get rid of the wine, but that's okay. I mean, it's still worth it. You know, it's like, okay, whatever. Do I really need silk? What about Krakow? Do I really need... Actually, I think I do need the salt up here, to be fair. Like, there is actually a pretty high demand for salt, so getting rid of that could be a pretty big issue. These horses, though, maybe not so much. I do think Poland still has superior trade advantage, though. Oh, by a long shot. So I actually don't want to build anything in there. They can suffer. Down here, though, I'm seeing wine. I'm seeing... wine. I'm seeing wine and wine and wine. I'm going to do this so much that I'm actually going to need to build wine. Just you wait and see. Just you wait and see. Oh, you say there's no demand for chili, huh? Well, I disagree. The world demands more chili. Being spicy? Very spicy. Your Italian football is part of the pest market, you think? It's part of the Dubrovnik market. Look at that. Probably because it's owned by me. Really, I'd like it to be part of the Venice market, but... meh. Lorrainian response. He's freed. Welcome back, bozo. Stupid. Our ruler's first cousin is the consort in the electorate of the Netherlands. Anjou dynasty making moves. Now all we gotta do is somehow make this guy our dynasty. How do we convince this child to side with us? That's the question. Unlocks the Carrick? Right, because then this unlocks something. The assimilation. That's what it is. That's what it is. What does Athens produce? Marble? Do we really care about marble? The Waranama Company. Our nation is surrounded by territories as yet unclaimed by any of our rivals. Our ambition to expand to the lands belonging to the crown has taken root amongst our people as nationalistic fervor, and our new private company has established itself with the intention of bringing settlers to the lands of Waranama to claim the territory for Glory Gold Emperor and their company. Should we permit their expansion, they will bring a great deal of settlers to the province and rapidly expand Hungarian influence in the area. I mean, yeah, that's what I want them to do. No, they don't need to pay me 500 ducats. You can just go there. That's like an extra month of colonial settlement. That's super nice. Oh, I might have done goofed over here, actually. Because I did expand all my RGOs, which does include these ones. I mean, it's fine. It's just that there's really no point in expanding them. Close. Oh, is this not the location? Oh. Okay, I mean, it's okay. Even though this is where I would like the city to be, the capital of these guys, I guess it's not going to happen. Is what it is. Pope, I need more maps. Thank you. The Antilles. Do you not... Has no one explored these damn... Okay, Lesser Antilles. Thank you. I was like, has no one explored these damn islands? Hee hee hee. We can, in fact, colonize them. Which one would we rather have? Probably the not volcano one. Probably. If I had to guess. I don't think it matters too much. From Byzantium. Like, it's plus 96 now. So that'll be done somewhat quickly. And we can always make the cabinet help out with that, too. After the other one, of course. I wonder if I should have put in cheaper road building. I don't even know if I have a cheaper modern road, actually. So I don't know if it matters much. Well, I want to build roads. How close to the road building am I? 4 techs away from modern roads. Which is more dev growth, and more construction speed, and minus 30 procs cost, flat. Who has the highest tax base behind me? Probably China. Ooh, speaking of, am I stupid? Don't answer that. It's a trick. I need to start uncovering China. So that way we can start to trade with them. Is there a lot of Greeks in your colonies? Because most colonists are from Byzantium. No. It looks like they're all Hungarian. I did see somebody mention that they thought that once you exported pops to the colonies, that they actually become your primary culture. I don't know if that's true or not, though. Do we have colonial nations? Yeah, we have 3. We have 3 colonial nations. We have the Republic of Aden down here in Yemen that has a lot of coffee potential, but I couldn't actually trade this coffee up, so this was kind of a bust, unfortunately, for us. I mean, it makes its own money. It's getting better as time goes on. It's getting there. There is Levant, and there is Egypt, whose name has moved over here. Egypt being the strongest of the 3 of them. Just want to make sure. Merchant quarters. I know I said I wasn't going to spend money. I know I said that. Counterpoint, why did you believe me? Why did you believe me when I said I wasn't going to spend money? You guys are silly for that one. Being real silly right now. Minus 239 masonry a month. Minus 56 masonry a month is crazy. But look at that. The demand is met. Shout out to the burgers. We're building multiple levels here. Each of these is a city, which gives, that's +2, and then we built, well, that's actually, yeah, it's just +2, because we couldn't build the construction centers down here. You see that effect of pops becoming your primary culture, but you were doing colonization in a weird way? What do you mean you were doing it in a weird way? What are you scheming about? A weird way. Uh-oh. Well, that sure is something. This market's out of food. They're cooked. It's Jover. Are you guys not towning over everything? Strikes again. That's what it is. This is so ridiculous. Because India has so many pops and they're so rich, they just town over everything and then city over everything eventually. And because of that, they reduce their food output significantly. And because they have so many pops, they need to have better planning for how to actually feed them all, but they don't do that. I have never really seen them run out of food, though. I mean, even this market is in a deficit now. This one's barely above water. I mean, that's brutal. There's nothing I can do, though. Well, I guess I could go to war. If I could somehow land all my troops there and take all their land, then sure, I could fix it, but there's only so much we can do, and most of that's just sitting here and watching. You think you understand the value of skirmisher units in light cav? You've seen a single unit of infantry take down half of a flank's morale before that flank's troops could engage. Yeah, that's pretty much what they're meant to do. That was my regular infantry. Skirmishers would get more of them involved. Do you think there should be a limit of like 10%, minimum of 1 of a province's locations can be cities? I don't know, because like it can make sense to completely city up a province, right? Like we've done that down here in past. Well, actually no, I did leave one fish, which I want to replace with corn or something. But we have most of this be a city, and like that's fine because I have locations that are rural still. And really, it just comes down to is the AI capable enough to recognize long-term planning? Like the disconnect is we as the player know that we need to have enough food in the long term. Right? We know that. We know that. So we don't city over every single food RGO, right? We want the wheat on the river because we can make a bunch of food. And because you leave that one location rural, right? Because we leave like this as rural, this makes 778 food, and it's not even maximized. I can build another couple of buildings. Sorry, that's besides the point. Don't get distracted. Don't get distracted. Which can help support large cities, but the AI just doesn't seem like it wants to do that. It sees that it can make a town or a village, or a town or a city, and it does. And I don't blame it for doing that because cities can give you a lot of money. The AI could aim for a specific ratio of rural food locations and urban locations. Yeah, like yeah. That could work. I mean, I can think of places where it wouldn't, like down here, but that's not really the point. And then you have like Europe that also, like Germany goes for a lot of towns. Italy goes for a lot of towns. But part of this is because most nations start off so small that they have only a few locations. And if you only have a few locations, you're going to want one of them to be urban. Like, it's very important that you do have at least one urban location somewhere. Preferably your capital. So it's kind of difficult to stop them from doing that. Like, I was doing a test game as these guys right down here, Pahang, last night. And they don't start off with a town. And so I got a town in Malay from Parliament. And then I moved my capital there after I built up books. And I took this town here because there's a starting town. Even though my capital was gold, it was rural. And rural capitals are just not good. They're just not good. You don't want them. Golden Age of Piracy. Does that mean that I have something over here? It sure does. Congratulations to the Hungarian Empire. We are in the Caribbean, folks. We've done it. So now we can create a subject pirate nation for 44,000 ducats. I mean, it's only like 10 months of income, but that is very funny. France looks like it has chicken pox. Yeah, that's a good way to describe the English. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so I'm here. I'm in this market. This market definitely has maize. So the question is, can I now spread? Yeah, baby! We can, in fact, move maize back here. You can't place it in wetlands. Well, that's just downright devilish. Because that's where I wanted to place a lot of them. Well, oh well. Let's replace... Where can I place this corn? Maize here. And I gotta find a spot along the river. I mean, there's marble, there's livestock. Well, livestock is as good as maize, because maize is 8 food, I believe. Yeah. It's 8. Fruit is really good to get rid of for us. Yeah. Like this one. Nitra, that can be swapped over to maize. And this fruit down here, that can be swapped over because we don't need the fruit. We overproduce the fruit and we don't export the fruit. It's not worth it. Maize, on the other hand, is going to be very good. It also makes us a lot of food. Now, I know that we were having food in Dubrovnik. We have plenty of food in Pest right now. But Dubrovnik was a little bit closer on its food levels. So I want to look at the highest food productivity in Dubrovnik. I'm seeing 103 here. 129 right here. And that's legumes. That's perfect. Let's move some maize to this legume province. Get that maxed out. And that's a great source of food. That goes from the 5 food that legumes give to 8 food that maize does. So that'll be super nice. And then I would like another one down here probably. We can replace this fish. Because the reality of it is that even if I, don't have enough, like fish or whatever in the end, like we can easily import fish from some other market where it's super cheap. Or the burgers can. And There is the Little Ice Age. And the Court and Country. Fitting. Fitting. And the Columbian Exchange. Wow. And the Foreign Culture Law has been unlocked. So many things. Well, Little Ice Age fired first, so we'll read that first. The recent years have hosted a series of winters far harsher than usual. Crop failures, starvation, and the encroaching cold have made life in the Hungarian Empire a challenge. In the midst of this, our farmers have begun noticing lesser returns for their harvests as granaries run dangerously low. The people know not what sin has caused such divine wrath, but alas, we remain hopeful that the sun will return to its full glory. Marked by a series of cooling periods that affected much of the northern hemisphere, the beginning of the Little Ice Age was likely triggered by a combination of factors, including reduced solar activity, increased volcanic eruptions, and changes in ocean currents. As the temperature dropped, longer and harsher winters took over, resulting in unique events such as the freezing of the Thames in London, coinciding with volcanic winter triggered by the eruption of Huaynaputina. In combination with famines across Europe, this period is known for some of the lowest temperatures in several centuries. With a bit of prayer, we will see better days soon. Winters will last longer and food supplies will suffer as famines and shortages are likely to appear during this period. And we also have, we'll do Columbian Exchange. Informers inform us that while exploring America, they have come into contact with strange new people. +10 towards outward, 5 prestige. Conflict of court and country. The encroachment of the Hungarian state on domains that have traditionally been dominated with regional aristocrats, local courts, or other interest groups has led to a widespread resentment of the emperor and the Buddha court. These groups have now united and formed alliances to combat central authority. Today, we have received a number of objections to our latest tax decree, citing ancient rights and immoral conduct by the representatives of these upstarts. It is clear that continued attempts to strengthen our power will be obstructed at every opportunity. They will bend the knee to central authority. We gain +20 towards absolutism, and all of our estates lose 5% estate satisfaction. Lose 50 stability as well. Or we can attempt to negotiate and gain +20 towards liberalism. No liberalism. They will bend the knee. Okay? They are going to learn who's in charge. Now, as for this, we're going to go integrate foreign traditions for +10% pop assimilation speed and 5% cultural influence. Though I do think allow foreign rituals is pretty good. All things considered. What all do I need to accept? I don't have accepted yet. I mean, I guess Danube Bavarian? I need one. I actually would be able to just accept Danube Bavarian if I did that. Nah, it's fine. Let's go for the pop assimilation speed and cultural influence. Integrate them. Okay, a lot of things. A lot of things. So, Little Ice Age. It ends in 1715. We're stuck here for a bit. Which is fine. So, we can enforce rationing policies if we have greater than 0 stability. Any market in Hungary needs to have less than 30% of its food capacity. And that will reduce food consumption at the cost of increased unrest. There's expand provincial food production. Selected province gains 25% local food production for 10 years. If possible, the location with the highest food raw material output in the same province also gains expanded raw material output for 10 years. So we get 25% local food production and then an additional 20% raw materials output as well. That costs legitimacy. And we can also send food aid. We can select a province to receive food from another province. So we can move our food around if we need to. We should be fine, especially with moving maize into all of our markets now. Like, we should be good on food. We have a lot of rural locations, which helps. Downside of serfdom is peasants eat more food. So we're just kind of stuck with that. But it is what it is. India could collapse. India could collapse. I don't know what's going to happen over here. But, I mean, these guys are starving. I mean, these guys are going to starve too once it hits that max food price. Like, they're going to start... They're going to start starving. Like, this is all going to run out at some point. And then they're going to be in trouble, so... We'll see. Especially if they do get hit by a winter. We'll see when we get hit by a winter. It will tell us. I'm pretty sure this yellow... No, it's just telling you how much food there is. There's something that tells you if you're getting hit by a rough time in the little ice age. We'll see, though. Court and country. So, court and country disaster. This gives minus 25% estate satisfaction equilibrium and plus 10% pop join rebel threshold. So, pops will rebel more often. And our states don't like us as much. We need to go through the disaster for 10 years. And then we need to have 74.76 estate power for the crown, less than 13 privileges granted, and 80 absolutism. Or we need everybody to have high satisfaction. So that either you get full crown estate power, or you make you give out a bunch of privileges and you make people happy. Those are the two options. We don't need to get rid of things on our own. We could rein in the elites here, though. Rein in religious, rein in the commoners. We do need less than 13 privileges handed out. And we do have quite a bit. The burghers have the most amount. Saw other stream trying to play Oman collapse because India bought all food for more moves and the price for food was double of income. Game over. Yeah, I mean, food is... If you don't have enough, you will collapse pretty quickly. In your game, Court and Country mixed with the Religion Wars, the Little Ice Age, and Bubonic Plague to kill 25% of the pops. Damn. Unlucky. I see no reason to let the nobles keep anything for the most part. I mean... I can re-hand privileges back out afterwards. But I think we should probably target them. Counterpoint, the burghers do have the most amount of power. And as do the clergy. So if we can weaken the burghers and the clergy, that's the most amount of value that we will get. So let's rein in the religious. Power over the divine spirit throughout our communities, as well as matters of our faith, have given tremendous influence to the clergy. Their word often rivals that of Emperor III Anjou Robert, as they once held substantial parts of our land. Through the season of clerical assets and enforcing the supremacy of the state in religious affairs, we aim at controlling their power. We could revoke the privileges. We revoke Religious Advisory Council. And we revoke tax exemption from them. We gain 10 legitimacy. They lose 20% estate satisfaction. We can also intervene on a local level to reduce their power by 20% and their satisfaction by 2.5%. More progress to absolutism. Or we could strip them of their seats in the parliament. No clergy seats for 5 years. So I guess this is if you have them in your parliament, you can kick them out. We're just going to start revoking privileges. And now I'm going to rein in the wealthy. And we're going to start stripping away their privileges. Unfortunately, road building rights is one that I would like them to have. Because they can build roads for us. When we get these modern roads. They only have 494 ducats, though. So, I guess it doesn't really matter. So I will revoke those two things. And then from the elites, I will revoke those. And I'll let the commoners stick around. And my really good heir died because he went hunting. So my current heir is my daughter, whose house Babenberg, which we very much do not want. Frick. I love hunting accidents. I love hunting accidents. Well, we have to hope that our wife dies. And then we can get a new wife. And hopefully we have another son. That's super unfortunate. Convert to Islam to get 3 more wives. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let him cook. Maybe we do become a republic. One hunting accident, and he's dead. That's it. That's so bad. Like, if we die here, and we lose the Anjou dynasty as crown members, we are in trouble. We are in big, big, big trouble. Because that's going to significantly hurt our crown power, because the other families won't be as large. I don't really care about the dynasty. I do care about the crown power, though. He's 43. There's plenty of time, copium. Yeah, he just can't go hunting now. Also, our income is going to tank. Non-possessor movement. I will get the opinion back up. Georgian independence movement. Are you a subject? Oh, are you a subject of one of the hordes or something? I don't know. Colony of Saram. So that's out here. We're going to go ahead and form a new colonial subject. He too becomes a town. Okay, cool. This is made into their capital. Now, I think I want to start a colonial charter here from Byzantium. I want to grab a cabinet member to boost this colonial charter. And I want you to go and boost from Byzantium to Buru. And I want you... Is it admin to send people to the colonies? It is. We have a crown character that's good at admin. That's not old. I mean, yeah, but he's assimilating Bulgaria at the moment. It's fine. So we will then send people to the colonies from Byzantium to Saram. Yes. So the purpose of that is to make sure that Saram actually has enough pops. Because if I don't send pops to them, it's going to be useless forever. They're never going to have enough. It's going to be bad. I do want to check and make sure that if I can build settlements out here, that I do so. What market are you in? Good. So I want to send pops out here so that way they can work enough jobs so I can build up this town specifically. That way it allows me to exploit the resources. And this will just add on to this colony, so I'm fine with doing this. Pope man, can I steal more maps? No, he caught me. I'm gonna cancel building a spy network on you. I'm gonna steal more maps though. You don't have Cuba. You don't have any of this unlocked. Okay, how are they doing? Are they like sending pops over? No. See, this is what I don't want to have happen to our colonies, is they just sit here and they can't work more than maybe one level of RGO. That makes the colony worthless. How good is technology steal from espionage? Can you steal technology? I don't see steal technology from it. Is it like if you have a high spy network, you get faster tech or something? Okay, Dubrovnik does go into a food deficit during the winter time. Constantinople's not far off. Could replace that wine with that, or even these horses. This wine would be best to replace, though. Yeah. Let's get another one in here. Ooh. We could move tobacco as well. There's definitely an argument to be made to moving all of these special resources in here. I'm seeing 2 wine right here that don't need to exist. It does cost money and prestige. We're almost out of prestige. We can move tobacco. And all it takes is a little bit of tobacco trading all across Europe, and then we'll start making a bunch of money from that as well. Right, because eventually, well, I was gonna say eventually we're gonna meet the chili demand, but I don't know if that's true. We could just make a bunch of demand from money from Chile. What? How am I losing so much? Wait, am I sending that many pops to the colonies? Because that'd be kind of wild. Not that I have a problem with that. Are we actually? Because that'd be a lot more pops than I thought. No. I think I just released this. I think it was still the same month. Surely? Yeah, that's got to be it. So we're only getting 8,000. We were getting 10,000. Oh, we are sending a lot of pops here. I mean, that's fine. I'm cool with that. Again, we have like 400,000 peasants or something just sitting in Constantinople. They're not doing anything. Look at them. Look at them. Look at these lazy bums. 474,000 people not working a job. Imagine. How dare they? Oof. Our income has plummeted due to this court and country. How much crown power do I have? 61%? Okay. I mean, we have to wait 10 years anyway, so we're not exactly in a huge rush. Trade crisis. Severe trade crisis for 10 years. No thanks. Hey, it's a good thing we have universal serfdom. Which one of these gives the burghers the most power? No, I don't want to lose control over the coinage. I'm fine losing market fares. 6 stability for me to nuke this? For 40% estate satisfaction. How often can I use this? Can't do it again until 46? Oh, okay, we just wait. We just wait. That's no problem. Tens of thousands dead, and for what? 3 locations? Bleh, frick France. That's how it be. That is how it be. Finding large tags is kind of just a pain. Kind of just a pain. Also, if my wife did have another kid, even if it's a daughter, I can give them the perfection upgrade. Or this guy could die. If this guy dies, that also works. This became a core. Huge. Too bad you're starving. You're starving and fish is still worth absolutely nothing. Classic. Classic. Admin. Diplo. I'm just waiting for those roads. We're about to get 10% max literacy, which is kind of nuts. Provinces frustrated by lack of autonomy. It's gonna lose prestige. How's literacy looking? 45%. That is the max. That's going to bump it up to 55% max literacy. Our peasants are going to be more literate than... like, well, I guess these guys are at 75 and 100. They're just more laborers than peasants. But we're going to be super literate. I feel like it's way too easy to get literacy. Like, I'm not even maximizing for literacy either. Like, we just have it, you know? But it is what it is. France, no longer a valid rival. El France. At Wiki, it says there is steel tech. Maybe got removed or moved to a later age or something? I don't know of any steel tech, but that doesn't mean it's not there. I could just lack critical information. Okay, build spy network on Castile. I'd like to get access to Mexico. VJ has stolen Diplo Hegemon from me. I mean, I guess I'm not paying full for diplomatic spending. That's colonies. Should probably make more money. The Ottomans hate me so much. They hate me so much. The Rasenga Market. Which one is the Rasenga Market? I don't know. No, down here. Right. So I'm trying to start an exploration from down here. But there's not enough cloth to make that happen because there's not enough pops. I don't particularly mind. Now, if we did want to grow cocoa, I would need to go somewhere else to be able to do that. I think you have to have tropical for cocoa, so I'd have to make it somewhere down in here, which is probably just not worth it. I think we can stay focused on chili and tobacco and use that and trade that with Europe and make a bunch of money. Like, there's no tobacco demand yet, but there will be. We just have to overproduce a little bit, and then people will start buying it, or we'll start selling it, technically. And then it'll be all Jover for everybody. We're gonna give them addictions. My bad, I guess. Well, I say my bad, but it's completely intentional. I do want to make money from it, so. Indonesia? I mean, we could make it in Indonesia, but I can't really sell it to anyone. Once I discover China, then maybe. I'm gonna start... I wish I could influence you. can influence you. I could possibly build some more trade buildings up here. You don't have that many though. I'm going to build a spy network on you. Everybody's a subject of somebody. I can build a spy network on you. What? Ternate is a subject of Majapahi. You're telling me if someone's a tributary, I have to build a spy network on their overlord? That's kind of lame. Why do you own land all over the place? What is going on? Oh, build a spy network here. I want to be able to see China so I can start trading with them. I need tea, but I don't think we're going to get tea back to Europe. But we can start trading cloves up to them. What are you doing? Why? Are you stupid? Like, I get that this is cloves and you probably don't want a city here, but like, it's fine. It's actually fine. This is the best case scenario for you, bozo. The colonies are stupid. Colonies are stupid and bad because they make terrible decisions. Rein in the elites. Revoke their privileges. To hell with them. They can rebel all they want. I'll just smack them down. Well, that actually might have been a bit too much. Ah, it'll be fine. Rein in the wealthy. Revoke their privileges. Rein in the religious. Revoke their privileges. The crown will be strong. We will have crown power. Look at that. The nobles got nothing. Absolutely nothing. 4% crown power. Burghers are still at 15% power. Clergy at 10%. Commoners at 1%. End conditions. Less than 13 estate privileges. We're getting there. We're getting there. We want to keep the peasants somewhat happy. They're kind of our only hope. And a huge chunk of our income, because we're not able to tax our burghers at all. We are making 5,000 ducats in trade income. When did I start making 5,000 ducats in trade income? That's so goofy. That's so goofy. Look at, we're making 203 ducats from selling chili in Europe. This is how much money that the AI is missing out on, by the way. Just saying. Because it should be Spain, or I guess the Pope, or Magdeburg, or whoever, trading and all this stuff, because they went crazy on colonization. I'm just getting there late. Like, I'm just showing up like, hey, what's up? Let me get some stuff. Now, is it possibly a bit too easy to do the Columbian exchange of moving goods? Maybe. Maybe 5 prestige in like 100 ducats is a negligible investment into making these crops work, but it is what it is. You probably could have just not taxed the estates for a bit to get them over 65% satisfaction. Well, you have to wait 10 years as well. But you do need more than 50 absolutism or liberalism. But yeah, I suppose you could have. You could just not tax them, and with that you could end it. But I'm fine with nerfing our estates here. Okay, Parliament will bring their satisfaction back up. Am I gonna get roads soon? No. Frick. Oh, they're gonna be mad. Let's just hope we get lucky. Alright, this is gonna recover their loyalties by an extra 1%. Really, I didn't need to weaken them there when I did. I probably should have waited for their loyalties to recover back to 50. The nobles are pissed. They have a satisfaction of 30. Remember, that's actually 55. They have minus 25% satisfaction during the disaster, though. Clergy are mad, which reduces our monthly research progress. Commoners aren't super happy as we're making less money, but it is what it is. Nobody said that going through court and country was going to be a pleasant experience. Okay? Nobody said that. Meanwhile, I'm spending 483 ducats on my prestige to try and get more prestige so I can make more goods move. I know you're all mad. I know. Quarrelsome nobility. Some members of the nobility have come to resent the new ideals of nobility. They have lost influence and power in Buda, but they still command considerable influence, with vast estates to their name and deep pockets. Longing for the time when they were pillars of the realm instead of the servants of the emperor and his ministers, they have grown increasingly quarrelsome and obstinate. It seems one such group has been preparing a plot to restore their old privileges and bring tradition and dignity back to the Buda court. Using their countryside holdings as a base, they've assembled an army to force their will upon us. 5 towards liberalism? I don't think so. I think +5 towards absolutism. Yeah, let them be mad. What are they gonna do about it? Nobody... dude. The permanent coalitions preventing any kind of diplomacy is crazy. Ba-da-ba-dum, 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 ba-da-ba-dum. Is the more crown power, the more money you make? Yeah, I guess that is true. That is one reason why we're making more money from trade. Is our crown power is just going through the roof. That is true. That is true. Oh, we should have new government reforms as well. It's a new age. We didn't check. 10% tax efficiency. 0.1 monthly progress to free subjects. Universal serfdom will at some point in the future be lost, as it requires 50 towards serfdom. Ah, I see. Could have implemented this for cheaper roads. It's 20 stability to do. It's not a terrible idea. Free trade. It is free trade as well. The thing is, this gives pop assimilation speed. Crown power, crown power, crown power. More colonial range, more outward. What else? What else? What else? Subject opinion, monthly diplomats. Centralization of power. At least 50 absolutism, at least 50 centralization. That gives crown power plus 20%. Monthly progress to centralization, 0.1. Monthly progress to absolutism, 0.1. Well, that sounds quite good. That sounds quite good. I do like that idea. Okay. Alright. So, what should I replace? I mean, I could get rid of this pop assimilation speed, but it is kind of nice. This gives absolutism and aristocracy. This gives absolutism and centralization. We could drop the 10% raw material output at this point. I think that's what we do. Yeah. Yeah. Research speed with humanism and Inno? Yeah, we're too far spiritualist, though, unfortunately. All right, let's go centralization of power. Authority must be consolidated to limit regional autonomy. A strong central government will enhance decision-making efficiency and national stability. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. Now, if only I could use my religion to gain some stability, but we don't have enough religious influence at the moment. The colony of Baru is going to join Saram. And I mean, I could colonize the rest of Tidor here. To grab these pearls and this fish. And then hand that over to Saram. There's also these cloves out here that I could hand over to Saram. I mean, the more... I don't know why they moved their capital here. It's so stupid. I think it's because the lumber was worth so much, so they're like, oh, high tax base. Even though long term this is better. They're using increased province control. It doesn't matter too much. They need to put pops there. This is where they need the pops. Yeah, we'll help up here. And we will use the cabinet to boost the charter. We'll boost the colonial charter from Byzantium to Tidor. Maybe I shouldn't have dropped that money. Is that really a 600 ducat difference in income for 10% raw material output? No, I lost legitimacy. One of the benefits of liberalism in EU5. You get more culture capacity, it's easier to pass parliaments, and you get more state satisfaction. So nothing. It's just, I think if you go for like a republic that's very focused on trade, you're going to get natural push towards liberalism. And so it's just something that you kind of just embrace that you're going to get for the disaster. But absolutism does just seem mechanically better. You recommend Madagascar to build a cocoa empire? That is an option. That is. The only problem is, like, I think they get my values, my colonies do. I think I can check. Where can I look at their laws? If they get my laws, then they're all land value as well. Which is kind of a funny. No representation. Blah, blah, blah. Look, they're almost disloyal. Let me send them a gift. Huh. I can invite them to my patriarchate. Never mind. We'll do that first. This needs to pass, so... Demand for a new marketplace? Let's do this one. It needs to pass. I can't lose stability. Not right now. Who's your trait? You don't have one. And pain is salvation. Expectations, 5% support, very nice. This guy comes of age. Ooh, he's pretty good. Pretty good overall. Another child needs to be educated. These damn kids. They're so greedy. Pirate Republic of Istria. What? Pope Man, this is not where you were supposed to make a pirate republic. Just in case you were wondering. You were supposed to make the pirate republic far away. On the other side of the world. But alright, I guess. Yo, modern roads are next! We love roads, we love roads, we love roads! We want to build roads! Okay, it's only been 2 years. I'm gonna let my estate's loyalty recover. We'll probably have to do some civil wars here. Well, that's not all that big of a deal. This filter doesn't work. Yemen's about to have a civil war? That's really bad. 'Cause I can't really get down there and help them. Okay, where are the Catholic zealots going to rise up? Pretty much all over the place. Yeah. Let's bring some more army stacks back up here. Quarrelsome nobility. More absolutism. Yeah. They can be mad all they want. We're gonna have to fight big rebellions. We're gonna have to siege down all of our own forts. It's gonna be brutal, but that is the price of being absolutist. You don't get to have that much trade income. Well, I guess you can actually, technically. But we don't get to have this much crown power without a cost. We're only at 66%. These damn burghers and clergy. Think of it as rightfully mine. Oh, and the clergy only at 44% loyalty. So this is going to nuke our research progress as we do this. Shoot. That is unfortunate. I won't lie. Enact administrative clergy. No. I don't think so. I mean, if we get higher stability, that will increase our satisfaction equilibrium, which would be nice. But we can say goodbye to our research for now. It's gonna get obliterated. No! My roads! My beautiful, beautiful roads! We're still building more corn. This now produces 249 food, and we still have 8 more levels of this to go. And let's get max farming villages here. Colony of Tidor, let's let them join Saram. Then we can grab Aru. Cabinet. Boost from here. That'll hopefully be done quickly. Now, I don't know how much control they're actually going to be able to push up in here. 28. It's fine. The real thing is we have access to these pearls now. So, as pops move in there, it'll be good stuff. And we're still sending pops over here, right? Oh, yeah. We're sending 259 pops a month over to Saram. But I think it spreads out evenly between all locations. I don't know exactly how it works. But it's probably somewhere in there. And we're not doing any trading yet. Because we need to wait for these pops to actually be able to do something. If I built a merchant quarter here, I'm not even sure it would build. We can try, though. Burgess gets local ordinances for more local noble power. For more control. I lose legitimacy. Or the nobles can be mad. The nobles are already mad. They're going to rebel, so I might as well just let them rebel. Then their loyalty will flip back up to high, and then we can revoke... Well, actually, we can't revoke anything from them. We could use an interaction to weaken them even more. Yeah, being so far down aristocracy is coming back to bite us in the ass here. Rural noble authority as well. Oh, right. Our laws... For estate laws, we've curtailed the burghers, we've strengthened the clergy, and we have rural noble authority. So maybe with our next parliament, we want to curtail the clergy. I don't think I want to secularize them necessarily, because that makes them very mad. But a 20% power swing from the clergy would be really nice. Because we need, how much? 73? 74.76. I mean, with enough privileges gone, we might get there. We'll see. We'll see. But if I want to trade these cloves away to China, I need to get vision. How's our spy doing over here? It's over here. 33. How's my spy with Castile? Got there. I need this here. We could go to the American East Coast. I mean, it's 1648, so it's not like we're that far behind on the whole colonization game in the grand scheme of things. We could form Hungarian America. Boom. The secret run that I've been planning for the whole time. The big secret. Right, we're going to have Catholic zealots rising first, I think. You brought back up here. You can be brought here. Religion situation in Hungary. For the most part, we've got everything as Orthodox majority. There is still some stuff in the south that's Catholic, but it is what it is. We'll get there over time, most likely, instead of directly trying to convert. If we look at the actual percentages of our country, we have 91.12% of our country is Orthodox. We do still have about 1.5 million Catholics, though. And those 1.5 million Catholics are all about to rise up in rebellion. Damn, you are good at diplomacy. I will give you that. You will... Whoa. What? Why is marrying him to a noble costing me 10 legitimacy? Since when? At some point, the married noble interaction costs legitimacy? Maybe... No more marriages for you. Maybe if you have too many characters of your dynasty, it does that. So that way it stops you from making too many of them. Based on country size? Okay, well that's not really valid because I'm in a union, which means literally no one wants to marry me on the planet. I'm the #1 world power and everyone's like, no. Let's vote for unified succession law. With Milan. And we can start trying to centralize this a little bit more. Then in fact it's better to marry a lowborn. It costs prestige and it's cheaper. True. True. diplomatic. That is admin. Mary Noble, Mary Lowborn. Yeah. Okay. It is what it is. Is this all tropical down here? It is. I could turn this into cocoa. I could. I could. But for what purpose is the question. Like, what would I actually do with that? I can't trade it anywhere. Well, if I build it up enough. There's not that many pops down here. I think for now we'll just stay focused in this area. And I should stay focused on trying to explore more of these islands so I can grab them. There is also Australia. If I really wanted to get a colonial nation there. But again, for what purpose? Like, what resources am I going to get out of Australia that I can't get at home? Modern roads. Look at that. Level 3 roads are finally unlocked. And boy, oh boy, I bet it's going to be expensive. To build a road to Wien is 2,280 ducats. Yikes. Build out to here. Build down to here. Why is it saying that that's faster? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Let's build a road out into Transylvania. Let's build a road all the way down to Constantinople. All the way down to Athens. All the way to Kaseg. All the way to Dubrovnik. And probably down into Albania here as well. I do want to keep a decent amount of money around, is the thing. For all of these events that we need to deal with. We get it. You're rich. You're rich. Let me just build a road from Paris to, oh, I don't know, Delhi. Which is, you know, build roads anywhere. Anywhere and everywhere. This will hopefully, at the very least, increase the amount of control that we can project up into these areas. And it should give me extremely good control all the way to Wien. Which is kind of cool. Do I annex Wallachia? Or, not Wallachia. Moldavia. I don't think I need to, necessarily. Do you dissolve a treaty to be able to rank up to Empire? Nah, no, we converted to Orthodox. Yeah. Yep. That's a great reason to not stay Catholic, is so you can become an Empire. It's just very nice. It's hard to enter into being a great power if you're not an empire, which kind of sucks and makes Catholic worse. Governed by Catholics and the Pope too many times. That's right. I got excommunicated for nothing. For nothing. I didn't do anything. And I was excommunicated. And I let them know I did not appreciate that. Okay, is this a light ship? Yes. I can build 435 ships here, if you're wondering. If anybody was wondering how many ships I could build, can I sort by market? I can't sort by core. That's a core down there? Shoot. Frick. I just want to be able to mass click. Maybe it's not a core. I would like to get more light ships. For more patrolling. Can Catholic nations become empire? Because England is a Catholic empire in your game. Haven't played a Catholic nation yet. England is an empire and they're Catholic. Did they temporarily convert at some point? And then convert back to Catholic? Because unless the HRE is gone, I don't think Catholics can form an empire. But I don't know. In this timeline, Henry VIII goes Protestant so he can get that extra cabinet action from being emperor. It's a good reason. Nobility are grateful for our favor. 10% of state satisfaction, 20,000 ducats. That they don't have, by the way. The nobility do not actually have 20,000 ducats. I don't know whose money this is, but it's not theirs. They're poor. They've got no monies. But we thank them for their gift anyways. Who'd they steal the money from? They yoinked that money from some poor innocent person. Oh well. Time to build more roads? Mm-hmm. Yep, I guess so. Some of the roads are already done being built. What does that do for control here? From 79 to 86%. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's pretty nuts. Build roads. We're going to go based on distance. So we can get more control in the core of our empire. I need to stay above 75k, I think. No, I think 50k is fine. We're back to making 3,000 ducats a month, so we don't have to be too concerned. And I do want to let my burgers get their loyalty back up, so I guess this works. Why am I at war with someone? Oh, it's the rebellion. I'm just gonna keep going out in this circle, because that's where the most important parts of our control are. I said 50k and I just kept spending. You know how it is. I was thinking 15k. You know me, I start spending money and I'm just like, I might as well just keep going. The Chobanids are over here? Well, time to violate sovereignty. Why can't I violate their sovereignty? Oh, because we already have access. Right? Yep. This is the Great Rebellion that I was going to be worried about. Surely my subject can raise up some amount of troops to siege that down. Apparently not. Apparently I asked too much of them. State appointed lay members. I will happily gain 10% clergy loyalty. Okay. Disloyal officers. In times of war, the army offers unique opportunities for advancement. Yet in this period of internal strife, we must remember that many capable soldiers still have ties to disaffected and disloyal factions within the empire. Ministers close to the Emperor now question the loyalty of our armed forces, urging us to purge all men connected to groups and families that oppose us. Yes, we should, shouldn't we? Get opposed, bozo. Okay, they didn't even need my help. Probably. Oh, maybe they do. Are you gonna reinforce that? Okay. Okay, they didn't need my help. They've got it. Ormus has landed down here? That's embarrassing. Don't they have like 2 guys? Bro, they're playing a different game right now. They're in 1649 and they can raise 6,000 troops. There's never been a time when we've not been able to raise more than 6,000 troops. How embarrassing. They actually didn't need me to walk my troops all the way down here. So, that's good. There we go. We've unified the succession laws. Annex Revolter. Oh, right. They have to do it. They occupy it, so there we go. Easy. Ooh, they're building Poundlock canals. Jewelry is a bit expensive down here. Paper is insanely expensive down here. What production method are you using? Cloth? There is wool in this market, so that is fine. So we'll get a couple of wool and a couple of paper. We'll see how it goes. Colony of Aru. Let it join Saram. Alright, our Spice Islands are getting there. It's 2 more pearls as well. Pearls, another valuable RGO that we could export to China should we get the chance. You do have 1 single merchant quarter here. We can only build 1 single merchant quarter here. Bro, what do you mean? We'll expand the lumber for them. I mean, all these RGOs can afford to be expanded. We just don't have many pops to fill them necessarily. And this one does. Beeswax is covered. More lumber out here. Fish, pearls. You're improving your cloves. Fish, fruit. Yeah, I need to uncover this before I do any more colonizing, I think. I really thought that I went and explored up here, but apparently not. Can I steal maps from you? Yes. Can I steal maps of... What is this? It'll be faster if I just look at it. Fujian. Give me the maps. Give me the maps. Give me the maps. Thank you. Okay. China's so funny. China's so funny. They just make so much money, even if they don't own that much territory. Like, these guys have 924 tax base. France has 672. Now, that's because France has just done horrendously this game. But Castile owns everything. All of Iberia, pretty much. And they are just barely making more money than one rump state in China. Very funny. Empress of a kingdom? No. This is a fiefdom, I would assume. Yeah, and remember that fiefdoms have the same ruler as the overlord. Sui dynasty. No, Sui culture, sorry. Sui culture. Expansionist Craven. Craven. Is there any tea in here? Yo. Would you like to sell me your tea? I'm sure they would, but I can't afford to do it. I don't have the range. I can reach almost to Yemen now, so that's impressive. They're craven, I should invade. Real, I should just invade China right now. Yes, I should build some more settlements. You are correct. I should build settlements wherever I possibly can for more pop growth. Where is this? Well, it's just like all over the place. Little spots that I own. I am still colonizing the Caribbean, by the way. So we can go to our cabinet and we can boost colonial charter. To the Windward Isle. Windward Isles. And want to make a new colonial nation out here. Can I steal maps of Cuba? I don't know if Cuba's still on the table, but if it is, I would love to snag it. Cuba is in fact available. We can put the capital of it in the north or in the south here. It's jungle in the south. It is flatlands though. This is copper. Okay, the more valuable stuff is in the north. So let's go, let's try and colonize the north first. Right here. We'll go for Havana. We'll send you out of Attica as well, because I don't really need the pops there. And this should complete super quickly. Yeah, there's only a couple hundred people in most of these. So, I mean, it maybe 1,000. It'll go quick. Burghers League resists. In recent years, the cities and guilds made up of the Hungarian burghers in Pisa have struggled under the weight of rising taxes and obligations, complying despite growing discontent. However, the situation has reached a boiling point in Pisa, where the leading burghers, rallying under the local leaders, now openly defy the imperial mandate. United by powerful guilds and common grievances, they demand the right to levy their own taxes, enforce their own laws, and govern with unprecedented autonomy. Driven by their cause, they have forcefully expelled our officials from the province. With unrest simmering across the land, we are faced with a pivotal choice: either yield to the demands or impose our will to restore order. Pisa? Pisa? I don't know Pisa. Yeah, you know what? You pops in Pisa, yeah, I'm not giving you anything. I don't know what's happening here. That's clearly a bug. I'm gonna make a save. Because I don't own that. Yeah, I'll crush those troublemakers. That's free. You discovered that if you enforce peace, attacker hates you. Minus 100. The victim country hates you minus 50 for ruining their fun war. Romania was being overrun by Hungarians, and now they hate the ERE for stopping the war. That's what you get for trying to be nice. You should have simply murdered them. I need to check Milan's estates. Yeah, Milan's estates are mad because of the last thing that we passed, so I don't want to pass another law right now. The levy. Grant elaborate court life. No. These roads are taking a while. Well, I'm hoping to see another ring of blue pop up. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, this goes up to 88. And we know that there are laws out there, once we get to max absolutism, that we want to implement instead that will give us an additional minus 10% procs cost. Which is super, super good. We can now canonize someone, which will give us some stability. And I think we should. 13 prestige, 13 legitimacy. Ooh. I mean, we could wait until after court and country to canonize. Re-hand out some privileges and then use that to boost our stability back up, or our legitimacy back up, because it doesn't give stability, so I don't really care. It does give clergy loyalty though, but we're not at max clergy loyalty anyways, and it'll go way over it, so I'll just drop back down. I think we'll wait. If you can, you'd recommend building settlements in provinces low pop. They only build in provinces less than 5% cap though. Yeah. It's time to civilize China. I don't know about that. I don't know. Hey, let's look. Right, for fun, let's look. They're saying that we're weaker. They have a potential 686,000 levies that can be raised. I don't think that'd go too well for us. You know, I don't think we have the manpower for that. I think we'd run out of well, if I could get all of my armies over there, and I built more cannons, and I really committed, we could probably win a war against China. It's not going to happen, but we could. Provinces refuse to pay taxes. Tensions are rising in Upper Styria as local leaders steadfastly refuse to comply with a series of recent ordinances and taxes vetted by the emperor. Rather than submit quietly, these leaders have united to send an official appeal to Buda, calling for the immediate replacement of several tax collectors stationed in their province. They argue that these imperial agents have overstepped their bounds, abusing their authority, and disregarded the ancient rights and privileges that have long been respected in the region. The grievances are as numerous as they are grave. Tales of undue levies imposed on already strained farmers, sudden seizures of goods without lawful cause, and an almost blatant disregard for local customs. Such acts, they argue, have not only sown resentment, but threatened to disrupt the delicate balance of order and loyalty in the entire province. The people see this as an affront to their dignity, and without swift action, the murmurs of dissent may yet grow into a force much harder to quell. I think we can afford to give up some centralization here. Nah. Never mind. Let me arrest them. How dare they? How dare they tell me they're not going to pay me my rightful taxes? That's my money that they're stealing from me. Actively stealing my money from me. Could you imagine? The audacity. The greed in their souls. Absolute greed. You are going to work on patrolling the Adriatic and the Ionian. Good luck out there. I would love to send you over into the Caribbean, but not an option at the moment. Pop demands, tea, sturdy grains, pepper, cloves, paper. They need paper in Dubrovnik? Okay. I mean, you've got 52,000 pops? I have not been paying attention. They've been migrating. Or they've been making babies. A lot of them. Which, you know, either way, fine with me. Wait, have we built the construction stuff? I think I did build the construction stuff here. Naval workshops, cloth workshops, guns workshop, tool workshop. I'm out of money. I'm poor. I'm poor. I got no money. I'm broke. Everybody says that I'm rich. They say I make so much money, and yet here I am with only 267 ducats to my name. And yet here we are, still having no money. I might as well be, who can I pick on? The Maldives. Yes, look, they make 3.15 ducats a month. Wow, look at that. That was a good year for them. 5.7 ducats. It's kind of good. Happy for him. I do want to keep stealing maps, by the way. This is definitely the most effective way of exploring for us. I want the Yucatan. Well, I want to see the Yucatan specifically. I don't know if that's what it's called. Ah, there it was. No, it's called Chactemo. Cocoa. Tobacco. There you go. Oh. Grab the first location in Havana. It's beeswax. Yeah, I mean, keeping the beeswax is pretty important for our trade buildings. Colony of the Windward Isles. I'll go ahead and form a new colonial subject out there. Good luck to them. Loose colonial charter. Is there a way they can just move? Okay, yeah, if I right click it, I can just change the action, the target. There we go. Close ties with House Quebec, that's fine. Hello, fellow Cocumers. No, 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 no. It's Cocom. Cocom, clearly, that's what it says. That's what it says. Admin for you. Admin for you. Admin for you. Diplo for you. Military for you. Diplo for you. I stopped paying attention for 2 seconds. And there's a whole horde of children that I need to give educations to. Ridiculous. Man, I really need my wife to die. It sounds so mean, but I'm just like I'm just saying that I need a son. Otherwise, we're going to lose our dynasty. I'm going to be very sad. Because that's where we're getting a lot of our crown power from. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay, burgers are only 20% away from getting back up to their satisfaction equilibrium. And then I can take some more privileges away from them. It's been 5 years since the start of the disaster. We have the absolutism that we need. It does lower estate satisfaction equilibrium. I do wonder if I'd probably make more money from the from the crown power than I lose from being able to tax my estates. It used to be that we could tax the commoners max here, and I still could. See, and that's 3,000 ducats for taxing them max. Now, to be fair, we could get 25% higher after the disaster. So I think we're fine, actually. I think we're fine. We'll be back to making money. Economy's just going to take a bit of a hit while we're doing it. Not just allowing a female heir to inherit. I would if they, you know, if they didn't marry someone else and get the Babenberg dynasty. Habsburg's going to take the major L here. Major L. The Babenbergs are going to win out in the end. Babenberg's back in being. But I mean, hey, if this couple can have enough kids, then that's fine. Those are all daughters too. Maybe we want to get the Babenbergs. Maybe we're gonna get something else. Ooh, think about this, okay? Hear me out. We marry an Anjou to this girl here when she comes of age, and then it's only one generation of not having the Anjou in charge. Think about it. It's a pretty good plan, all things considered. There are worse plans. More? I don't know, you could have admin. That's my choice. Are you gonna be any good? I mean, you're gonna be decent. Are you in my court? Apparently, because I can change the... Yeah, location, Buddha. Shoot, our courtier, Philip von Babenberg. Our courtier, Philip von Babenberg. Our courtier, Philip von Babenberg. Well, that's interesting. I got a question, Philip von Babenberg. Do you like boats? Philip von Babenberg? Do you enjoy boats, Philip von Babenberg? Do you enjoy going on a journey into the Atlantic? I don't know if this will work, by the way. But sometimes, you gotta take things into your own hands. Do you have a special divorce option? No. I don't think so. We have prefection, which will allow them to be an eligible heir. But she already is an eligible heir. Yeah. She already is eligible. She's perfect just the way she is. Except for her husband. But we can fix that. Maybe. We're going to send him into the ocean, and we're going to see if he dies. We'll say that he's trying to circumnavigate the world. How about that? He's trying to make it all the way around. Off you go. Good luck out there. No pressure. Hopefully he dies. You can also try to marry your other daughters to your cousins just in case. Bad news. She's already married. I married her before our son died. Establish cantonments. Cantonments give manpower. Yeah, okay. Sure. Why not? I can build more roads. How's that control looking? Ooh, it's better. It is better. It's greener. This was all yellow out here, but now it's turning green. And we have another couple of locations that are at 100. Haunt is unfortunately still at 90. Being held back. Damn. Damn. I want that gold to be good. Can I afford to spend this money? I think so. I think so. I'm gonna go out here. Actually, I should wait for Parliament. Yeah, I should wait the 8 months for Parliament. Because there's a chance that we can get the road building one. I don't think we will because we just did a road building one. But there's a chance. Fur, lacquerware, tea, pepper, cloves. Yeah. There's the rights of the crown law. Uh, Clearly we have to go absolutist rule, right? I think long-term equal power relation is better because it doesn't lower satisfaction equilibrium by 5%, which is kind of brutal. How do I take money from the clergy? Maybe I should have been taxing the clergy the whole time. They're just sitting on 515,000 ducats. Just hanging out. Doing nothing. That's crazy. Right, but I go for absolutist rule here in this case. Orthodox monasteries are just filled with gold bars. Yeah, pretty much. Gold and silver. That's what it's made out of. Alright, clergy, well in that case, I'm taking your stuff. Legitimized legislative abolition. We gain supreme authority for 20 years. For 30% crown power, minus 5% estate satisfaction equilibrium. Or we can remove absolutist rule, and we enact figurehead position. They'll gain 20% estate satisfaction, and we change to the assembly. Interesting. It's a decaying modifier. We might use this at the very end. For right now, let's rein in the wealthy. Revoke their privileges. Rein in the religious. We want to revoke their privileges as well. We're going to want to reduce their power by quite a bit. Clergy seats. Parliament-based support plus 15%. That's interesting. What does it do? They do lose 20% satisfaction. We want to revoke 2 things from them. We could rein in the elites then. I don't think that's too unreasonable. We can curb their power by 25%. Now they only have 4%. Or we can strip them of their seats in the assembly. No noble seats for 5 years. Base 15% parliament support. A little bit of progress towards absolutism, but it does give everybody else 10% loyalty. Let's do that. A little bit of maneuvering here. Get these guys back up to their max. These guys a little bit closer to their max. I mean, we're going to run into issues, obviously, as we keep doing this. We can only outrun the rebels for so long. Bum, 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 bum. We're getting through it. We're getting through it. Disloyal officers, execute them. A little bit of manpower ain't no thing. Koke Temer, back to stealing my rightful Diplo reputation. Why do I only have 8 Diplo rep? Incompetent diplomacy. What? Oh wait, have we just never gotten rid of it? I keep thinking that so much time has passed, but it hasn't. We've barely progressed today. It's only been a couple of years in game. There's just so much happening. And it feels like, you know, so long has passed. I'm gonna keep expanding the lumber up. Ooh, you're pretty good. Keep expanding those sturdy... You know what? Nuke those sturdy grains. What the hell you need sturdy grains for? Instead, hear me out. Spread a new world good called maize. Frick! I can't place it there. Never mind. Expand your sturdy grains. You suck. You suck. Wait a minute. This is tropical, is it not? Bing, bang, Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, the settlement is only 50% as effective due to lacking wool and wild game. Oh no! Oh no! We lost a ship, guys. That's so sad. Oh, come on! What did he do, swim back? He was supposed to die out there. Oh. Not looking good for our family. Not looking good. The plan did not work. Did we ever figure out trade companies? Nope. The trade company we made is gone. I don't know what happened to it. I didn't delete it. It's just gone. Unfortunate reality for us. The only reason you know the ship is lost is because he floated back to Hungary on a plank. That is quite the journey. Now riddle me this. Why is the Pope not taking out Verona? I bet you it's because of the religious wars. Probably. So you have to fight the entire religious league if you do that. And even we are technically weaker than the religious league. Though I think we would win, just from pure skill, of course. And they'd have to walk so far with all their levies, but it's fine. Nobility gains loyalty, burgher gain loyalty, clergy. I'll gain the burgher loyalty. Because they are someone that I would like to make a little bit happier. Crown power's up to 73%. Looking pretty good. We're going to unlock the press laws. And I'm probably going to swap into state press only for 20% more crown power. Even though the max literacy is so tempting. How is our literacy looking? I know that we got plus 10. Okay, it takes a while for them to get up to it, so it's not all that crazy. Are your values changing because of the removal of privileges? Oh, I bet you they are. We're barely positive on serfdom. We're barely positive on spiritualist. We could flip that spiritualist into humanist. That'd be kind of nice. We're still traditional economy, though. We don't need to be pushing values with our cabinet here. Instead, you can be... We could reduce paperwork to make more money. I think I'm going to go ahead and assimilate to Hungarian down here. Sorry, Albania. Alright, here's our parliament. No road building, unfortunately. Promote member of the burghers. 20% burgher estate satisfaction equilibrium. 2.5% burgher estate satisfaction. 0.1 monthly progress to plutocracy. I think that's the one we go for, and I do think that I want that to pass. As well. Oh, right. There was weakening the clergy that I talked about wanting to do. And going for curtailing them? I don't know. Well, either way, this is the one I want. Wow, big support there. Wow, we can actually probably get both. We can't get too much support from these interactions, so if I wanna pass it, which I don't really care too much, it's the loss of stability I don't want to encounter. But I could spend some of my thousands of ducats of income on increasing stability faster, so that way it's not as big of a deal. Rural noble authority is not that important. It's the burgers that need to be broken. In fact, I could just remove one thing from them. Oh. Brutal. Both of these suck to remove. We can give them back out afterwards. I'm just going to remove this straight up. If they're recovering at 3.7 right now, I think that's probably worth it. It's a big chunk of their power gone. Still have curtailed the burgers on. Favor the ruler. Yeah, that's fine. Socioeconomic. Martial society versus a civil society. Probably want civil society at some point if we can reach that max tech. Or max tax. Education of the masses. Still stuck with what we've got. Unlimited export on gold and silver. Absolute rulership by tradition. Civil law. Leviathan. Court of culture. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Same religious group. Wait. What is my daughter's child? No, I forgot our rulers are Catholic. Is there any way for me to flip this guy Orthodox? Because if I can flip him Orthodox, then we can prevent his daughters from inheriting. And then it would skip to... Oh. It wouldn't even skip to someone I care about. Okay, never mind. Alright, we just let this parliament pass then. What does absolutism do? It gives us 100% crown power at max, minus 30% revoke privilege cost, minus 2.5% pop join rebel threshold, minus 5% estate satisfaction equilibrium. So it allows you to really stack up your crown power quite a bit, which is what we're working on. I need 1% more. 1.4% more. Something like that. So one more privilege gets taken away. And we should be there. But also with the press laws, we'll get there too. So I think we'll just wait. Copper complaints. I can get burger satisfaction. Sure. That sounds good. That sounds very, very good. And yeah. Oh, never mind. Our crown power has ticked up to 75%. Congratulations, everybody. We are real powerful. Now you just need to wait 4 years. Yep. Now we just need to wait 4 years and we can end the court and country disaster. How's the chili doing? It is super, super dirt cheap in our core territory here, which is great. It's really good. But if we look at our trade income, it's some of the most valuable trade that we're doing. It's outdoing silver, gold. Like, Chile is now one of the top things that we are trading out with Europe. And they still have demand for it. They still want to import it. I do see that the Hansa is importing some from my market, which I don't appreciate. But the only way I can fix that is to build more merchant quarters. we'll build some more if I can. But also, it's not a huge, big deal at the end of the day if they do that. But it is making us lots of money. I don't know about the tobacco. Europe hasn't yet completely caught on to the tobacco craze. But we are exporting it. If I can make another couple of tobacco, then we might be able to improve it. I should put some corn in here. Is it mountains? Never mind. I can't. What about these olives? Yeah, these olives suck. Ooh, harsh winters hit the Little Ice Age. Minus 25% local food capacity and food production. Yeah, these olives suck. So I'm gonna throw down some corn here. Some maize, and that way we can actually make some decent amount of food there. I don't really care about this marble either. Like, marble doesn't really do it. We don't really need all that much of it. There's also this wild game here that we could replace. And I would love to plant some tobacco down in some of these. I can't place it there. Or there. You can override the fruit, I guess. Only 9 slots, but over time it'll be decent. You know, I'm kind of like, I like the fact that I can bring these resources and put them here, but it does feel like it significantly reduces the importance of having a colonial presence in the New World. You know? Because I barely have a presence in the New World, and I'm still just planting it all over the place. And then I get a bunch of money from trading it, but all the money is coming from planting it inside of Hungary instead of needing to control land out here. It makes it to where you probably shouldn't ever colonize this direction unless maybe you want to make a sugar or cotton plantation. Then it might be worth it. But even then, you'd probably just be better off going into Morocco and building up the sugar and cotton plantations down here and actually using them and having pops in them before 1637, when you can actually get sugar and cotton over here. I mean, there is some cotton in Cuba naturally, but there's no sugar. You have to bring it in here during the Columbian Exchange. Which just feels a little weird, you know? I have no prestige. I should move some sugar over here. But I don't know how I'd fix it either. To be fair. Alright, we promoted a burger. We don't actually have to use the burger. But they are here now. Gregarious. 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 Mill. It's gallant. More roads. Oh, there is press laws. Can I make settlements in the colonies? Yes, I can. We're gonna go state press only for more crown power. Progress to serfdom. I mean, censored press for the literacy is kind of nice. Do I really need more crown power is the question. I mean, yes, because I'm gonna re-hand out privileges to the estates, but I mean, literacy is super nice to get. We can always change it. We can always change it. I need one more event to max out my absolutism. I should start to consider looking into Italy, maybe. Or even into Halage, right? There's a lot of flatland. There's a lot of farmlands in here. Burgers League resists. There's my event. And Pisa is mad again. If I can get a hold of these farmlands... And I can obliterate these towns. They don't have that many pops, but I mean, I can fix that. I can obliterate that city. I can obliterate this town. I'd want to keep the coals and the dye probably, but we could plant some stuff in here. I mean, wheat is as good as corn, so it's not really a big deal. Ottomans joins the coalition. Let's see, we have legumes down here in cities that don't need to be cities. What's the climate? It's continental. I mean, we could just turn this into a pure tobacco production. This as well. There's a lot of low quality goods out here that we could build. I'm also thinking about the steppe. Like, it would not be difficult for me to go and obliterate these guys. Sure, I guess they're a fiefdom of Halage, so I'd have to fight them, but not a big deal. And then I can just convert all of this into making tobacco. The problem is it's low pop. I could annex this guy. Also low pop. Colony of Havana. Go ahead and found a new colony. Let's get aggressive here. We are going to colonize this whole damn thing. And you can boost from Byzantium into here. And we're going to try and claim all of Cuba for ourselves. I have the prestige. Let's move some. There's a lot of options here. But I want sugar into the Caribbean. I think over this wild game. Well, no. I shouldn't go over the wild game, actually. I should go over the fish. Yeah, because if I want to build the settlements here, and I do, an important part of that is making sure that I have wild game, so that way it's as effective as possible. Can I build sheep farms out here anywhere? Oh, I can. Beautiful. I can't just build everywhere, though. I'm going to avoid the settlement there. We're going to build this here. We'll see how it goes. But I do want these settlements to be working. Colonial Hungary sounds so cursed, then again it looks like the AI isn't colonizing at all. Yeah, I mean, that is part of the problem, is that the AI just didn't colonize all that much. So if I do want any of these resources, like, I gotta just take it. To be fair, I don't need to colonize at this point. I could just leave it be, but what's the fun in that? You know? What's the point? We can just take it all for ourselves. Plus, I'm not loving how the antagonism works. Because the coalitions just exist forever. So it makes it to where I have to full annex anyone that I want to take land from. And then that doesn't really work. Because as I'm full annexing them, everybody else gets more and more antagonism. So I've just kind of stopped expanding for the most part. To be fair, we also haven't really needed to expand in a while. But like, I could expand Hudavendigar, right? I need to put corn down in Hudavendigar over legumes, over over the fish. Right, I need to replace this wine down here. Like, it all needs to be replaced. Isn't the steppe cold arid? Oh, you're probably right. Yeah, it is. You're so right. I wouldn't be able to grow it all there. Good call, good call. We have to go into Kyiv. To these grasslands and farmlands, but that's kind of far away. This would be the better spot for us to do that in. If I was worried about giving up some of the resources in my core territory, which to be fair, I kind of am. I mean, not things like wine. I could replace this wine, and I probably should replace this wine. France is a great power again. They just can't decide. Are you going to be a great power, or are you not going to be a great power? Make a decision. You are the Holy Roman Emperor. Isn't this the... How do they get this flag? Is it tied to their dynasty? The De Montaigne dynasty? Who's this? The Kingdom of Albania is currently ruled over by Naples. Kingdom of Albania is dead, though. France being the Holy Roman Emperor is also very cursed. Yes, I kind of wish they just couldn't get it. Because it does kind of break the HRE. Oh, those are nobles, okay. I thought someone conquered that, and I was like, what? What is going on up here? France is a vassal in Denmark. Bohemia's taken parts of Denmark. Sweden's taken parts of Denmark. Schwarzburg, Norway, Magdeburg. Everybody is partitioning poor Denmark. What did they do? What did bro do? Burgundy is annexing Naples? What? Burgundy, how about you, like, solidify your core territory, maybe, huh? How about that? You ever think about that? Steal maps of the American East Coast. You don't have maps of the American East Coast. You're pathetic. Oh, no, right. You have to go state by state. I forgot about that. It's so scuffed. It's so scuffed. Yeah, well, I guess we go here. Which one? What is this? Hudson. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I can assassinate a character. No, I can't do it to my own court, I don't think. Hudson, 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 Hudson. Where are you? Do you not have maps of it? You're pathetic. I could get Georgia, though. Let's just get the rest of this ocean here, so I can actually see everything there. Have you caught my spy yet? Nope. Nope, you have not. What region is this? Zhejiang. That's my best guess. You are going to have your maps stolen. And hey, at least we know this one's down at the bottom. It starts with a Z. Or a Z for you weird people. Hey, this is parts of China we can actually take. Dog, what do you mean you're only at 6 of 15 silver? What do you mean by that? How? How? Unless you are very small and will get a bunch of inflation, you should be maxing out silver and gold, as long as you have some kind of control there. Unfortunately, though, there is no... Well, they got 1 T. 1 T. 1 T, please. Can I buy a location from you? Hypothetically. for 84,000. Okay, that seems so unreasonable. I just want to point out, you saying no to me buying one location for 84,000 ducats is crazy work. That's crazy, crazy, crazy. To be fair, I also would not sell a single location for that. There's the Khmer Empire, Khmer. Which, yeah, I mean, all this is fun to think about that we could take it, but we can't, so. It's too far. And while I would love to go after Tidor, they have quite a few, they being Majapahit, have quite a few heavy ships. Quite a few heavy ships. Well, no, actually only 18, 56 galleys. I still don't have maps around Africa, though. That's what I should do, is try and get maps around Africa. Instead of messing around with getting vision in America. Did they finally lose Naples? They did. It's over. It's over, Naples. Stop joining the coalition against me. You're dead. The Pope rises. I want maps of this. Can you give me those? No way. No way you don't have a map of that sea region. That's crazy. What's the point? Castile definitely will. There it is, Gulfageni. Maybe I missed it on the Pope. But I'd like to be able to go all the way around Africa. I'd like to move my boats around Africa. And send like a heavy fleet over here. In order to make that efficient, though, I would need Alexandria node to have a bunch of... Why can't I build this? Oh. Of naval goods. Oh, more port authorities as well. More trade capacity to the owner. Oh, man. Trading hub, too. I'll need a bunch of those. Also need to build cannons and whatnot there. I need to get back to building roads, though. Exploring High Bay, Hainan. In the long months spent surveying the landscape around Gaoyang, our explorer, Capitan Carol Ferraru, has grown close to a Khmer peasant family, and in particular their unmarried daughter, Sokam Rizi. Become part of the local family will surely aid the expedition. She converts to Orthodoxy and gets married. If we follow the local wedding customs, they just get married and she doesn't convert. Yeah, that sounds good. I'd rather explore faster. I mean, God is cool and all, but exploration progress is pretty good as well. Just saying. Just pointing out the facts, okay? The priests may disagree with me, but the priests also enjoy access to all the fancy goods that we're bringing in. So I don't really want to hear from them about how, oh, you know, we're not following the rules enough. Rules, schmools. They get what they want, we get what we want, everybody's happy. I don't like building roads to my subject as much as building roads for me, but it's fine. I should really be building roads in this direction first. This is all mine. And it has land that's a little bit more important to me. And it's also a pain in the ass to spread control to. As we well know. All the mountains. Okay. We love building roads. How do you decide where to build more than one town, city, and a province? I guess it just depends on the territory that you have. and what you're willing to give up. I can't really give you a good idea of it, but it's good to have urban locations, like your super urbanized locations, centered near your capital. So if you have a province with a very good trade good, like silk, for example, that you can make a lot of the fine cloth out of, maybe you want to make 2 towns, so that way you can have a lot more fine cloth produced early on. And then later on, you just focus on one spot to do fine cloth building. I don't know, it's a vibe thing for me. Friends in low places, no thanks. Generalist made a good video on urbanization. There you go. Go watch Generalist. He will tell you things that are spreadsheet based, not vibe based. I love me some vibes. I'm just like sending it, you know? There's plenty of time to become good at the game. For now, I just do whatever feels right. I might grab that max literacy 5% there. Trade range is kind of tempting, though. Trade range, kind of tempting. We could put production quota bureaus back in for that 10% raw material output as well. Expanded archives. Tax efficiency 5%. Ooh. That's also pretty tempting. There's also peasant land inheritance, which gives monthly progress to free subjects, but it gives 10% tax efficiency, which is really good. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to get max serfdom. There aren't that many events for it, and I've handed out free mobility for the common people and hunting permits, which reduces it by 15 or 0.15. I mean, even if I got rid of that, I mean, this is still way further than the push would ever go. You like vibing over spreadsheets? That's so real. So what you learned from his city guy is that everything sucks for min-maxing city locations. You don't want to ruin good RGOs or place them far away from the capital. You should avoid expensive terrain, try to find rivers and coasts, so you can never get it perfect. Yeah, that is kind of just how it be. You have to give something up. No matter where you choose to put your cities, there is a sacrifice you're making. I gotta get more water. But yeah, that is what it comes down to, is that there's just, you have to give something up no matter what you do. I almost did it again. I almost obliterated 20 stability from existence. Again. Almost. I have to wait a month. I need a month tick in order to make sure I can implement the reform. Ooh, that was close. That was close. We're missing stone. Rock and stone. Why is this closed? Open that up right now. Open the wool up right now. God, I hate... Ooh, why'd I put the sugar in Havana? Well, I mean, it's fine, but I need sugar somewhere else. Like here. Well, this is like assuming that we would actually use this. You know? It's like assuming that we would actually build up these islands and use them. Okay, it's definitely been a month, so now I can implement the 10% tax efficiency. Peasant land inheritance. I want money. I need money. I want money. I need money. Economy of the Union. We could vote for unified treasury, or we could vote for cooperative investment. We can build roads in each other's nation. I'm just going to vote for unified because there's no amount of money they're going to give me from this that matters. Milan, do you still have cores? You do. Again, we can't go after them, though. Because the League is still here. What is this, man? Oh, did Bohemia leave? Bohemia. I don't see no Bohemia. Maybe they dipped out. Oh, Bohemia flipped back to being Lutheran. A late Lutheran flip. Interesting. I figure by this point they'd be settled on the matter. Lithuania is Catholic. Boom. Temporary insanity. I'm not insane, you're insane. My sanity is perfectly intact. Thank you very much. Okay, it's time for the rebellion. 2 years off of being able to avoid the rebellion entirely. Kind of sad. I wish you were my heir. Actually, not really. His admin kind of sucks. My wife dead yet? No. Oh, he even had daughters? Wait. Time out. Why wouldn't it go to her? It will go to her. Wow. This kid is our only hope. Expensive education. We need to live long enough for this kid to come of age. Then, if we give her perfection, it should be that she inherits, since she was our son's daughter, which means she should be further up in the line of succession than our daughter, if she becomes a valid heir, right? Surely? Surely. I guess we'll find out. France no longer a valid rival. Yeah, we know. We keep getting a lot of disease outbreaks right here. I don't know what it is about this location, but this always seems to be where it pops up. What are you guys doing here? Also, we do not have the other institutions yet. I guess we're just... I lost almost all of Styria to this rebellion. Yikes. That's brutal. That's brutal. Okay, there's some small rebellions down here, but it's mostly just Styria that rose up in rebellion. And that means I lose cores. That's kind of lame. That's kind of lame. Oh, look at Pops. Milan has intervened. No, I want to look at their Pops. Pops of the Pope. Naples is down to 128,000 Pops. They were at like 400,000 at one point. That's brutal. That is brutal. I mean, Rome only has 82,000. So much for high pop Italy, by the way. Milano has 367, so I mean that's pretty good. Genova has 119k, which I think is less than they start the game with. I think it starts with more than 119,000. Firenze is at 178,000. Venice is at 482, so that's still pretty crazy. Still pretty wild. And Paris is just full of people that don't do anything. 481. France has moved their capital. They're getting closer and closer to moving their capital into England, guys. Italy is empty. It is super empty. Like, it is kind of crazy how empty it really feels. I mean, maybe they've just done too many wars and they just all died. To be fair, the Pope has colonized a whole bunch. So they sent a bunch of people out to colonies around the world. So that definitely doesn't help for their pops. Why is his capital there? Because he keeps getting hit with rebellions, and the rebellions force it to move. We can embrace manufactories. I will do so. Our tech has just been slowed down a little bit by our this disaster, which is what it is. That's just the cost of doing business for us. Just the cost of doing business. Diplo, admin, mill. I feel like I'm educating kids, and that's my whole gameplay loop right now. What's my professional army comp look like? Not very good, probably. In our average stack, I think it's these. We've got 15 infantry, 13 cavalry, 10 artillery, and 5 auxiliaries. I don't know if that's particularly a good combo. I have a lot of cav because we have 20% cav power. But again, I don't know if that's actually optimal or whatnot. The AI doesn't seem to be too interested in building professional armies at the moment. So I haven't really felt the pressure to focus on it too much. And the only person that would push me to feel pressure to do it would be Bohemia. They have the second largest military in the world, or professional army. What? Oh. Khmer is actually up to 30,000. That's great powers though. Bohemia's not a great power. They got kicked off the list. Wait, how crazy would it be if we got a union with Bohemia now? Think about it. I know they hate me. Let's start to improve relations. Think about how crazy that would be. That would be so super nice. Nobility insurgents are at 80.98%. I think we're going to be out of the court and country by the time those fire. And then we can get back to taxing our burghers. Aiden has joined our patriarch. Clergy will be back to being loyal. And the nobility will be back to being loyal as well. The commoners will start giving us more money. Whoa. Half the world just disappeared there. We'll just sit here and siege. You need to go here. Transport army should take him there. We're up to 20 million pops, by the way. Actually, we're closer to 21 million. We lost quite a few during this rebellion. Maybe we're back to like 20 and a half. Only 11 million of which are Hungarian. Believe it or not. Ottoman nobles, Ottomans. Are you gonna bring the Osman Gulus back? Free my boys. The colony of Moron. Hey chat, I found where you guys are from. Yeah. I'm probably president there. They could join Havana. Then you can build some more settlements. Go ahead and build them all up. All the settlements. Because I don't really want to send pops over here. I'm mostly just taking this for fun. And I have nowhere else to send the pops in Constantinople. That is another reason. Is I have 468,000 pops that are just sitting here, doing nothing. And I don't really want them there. Ooh, I forgot to swap my boost colonial charter. From Byzantium to here. Has Verona expanded the Mercury down here to max? Nope, only up to 5. Should be good to back these troops up now. I mean, the rebellion was just kind of annoying. It didn't really do much. I should consider trying to convert that. Medical school gives character life expectancy +3, disease resistance +33%. So I do want to... I already forgot what it was called. Medical school. Don't care about peasants, don't care about levels, don't care about building limit. 30,000? 30,000 ducats? Oh man, that's a lot of ducats. I might be a little bit over my building level. I'm going to build it here though. I want the increased life expectancy in our capital where all of our characters are. But that's something. That is something. Yeah, plus 1,200 here for being so far over the cap. And we still expanded Chile though, don't worry. In case you were wondering. How does levy size work? Like, how much is 2% peasant levy? You know, it's actually 2% of the peasants join the levy? Yeah, it's not quite that simple. Okay, you're gonna marry a noble. Crown. Trigger. It may not be used in an unevaluated context. We cannot determine which path to go down since we lack a ... Real. So real. I want them to be... No! No! They're not gonna let me marry her to an Anjou. No! My dynasty. Okay, it all comes down to Crown Princess. Wait, Crown Princess. Oh, no. Wrong one. Wrong kid. You are the chosen one. We are the diplomatic hegemon. Damn right we are. And that is the end of court and country. The period of widespread obstruction of authority in the provinces has finally come to an end. The way we have handled the crisis has shaped the way for local power structures to interact with the government in Buda for the foreseeable future. The state is triumphant. Centralization, legitimacy will now grant more crown power due to our success in the court and country disaster. Or perhaps we can now finally work together. What the? What the? Ain't no way. The state is triumphant. I will get more crown power from legitimacy. Right now, legitimacy gives 10%. We'll probably have to wait a month. This colony can join Havana. Glory for the Anjou. Legitimacy. Okay, so we want to hand privileges back out now. Not too many, right? We don't want to go crazy. We do want to keep our crown power pretty high. But that being said, there are some pretty good options in here for things we can get our hand on, and I do want to make sure that our values are going in the right direction. Huh, we're pushing into conciliatory. That's interesting. Actually, this isn't too bad. Is there anything good that I can get from the burgers? Right now, they have tax efficiency 10% and progress towards innovative. I don't really care about progress towards innovative. We have so much. Court of Culture gives it. Treasury Rights gives it. Works of Art are helping. Rejecting the tenant of person helps. Education of the people helps. So I don't need to worry about that too much. Allowing them to build roads could be interesting. Though they don't have any money. Only the clergy has money. We can go back to control over the coinage for gold and silver output if we wanted to. There is... We want urban development grants for sure. For the monthly development growth. So I'm going to hand that back out. I want the clergy to have powerful diocese. It's not much power for 5% loyalty. Satisfaction equilibrium of 70 at the moment. Yeah, I don't want to tax them, but I do want their loyalty to be up a bit. Clergy, you can have... I mean, this is pretty good. 5% loyalty for only 33% power? Let's do that. Religious administration. I don't think I need to give my nobles anything. Their satisfaction equilibrium is 50. We won't be able to tax them very much. But... oh, we might want to give them elaborate court life. For the influence. I mean, am I under threat of losing my cultural hegemony here? No. Not even close. Not even close. So I don't really need to worry about that. Royal marriage rights. I don't think I need to give the nobles nothing. They don't need nothing. That's what I have to say about that. I think it's just fine. Commoners, I didn't really affect you in any way during court and country, which is kind of funny. I just went, nah, they'll be fine, okay? They'll be fine. So we'll let them just do their thing. I don't know if there's anything that I really want to remove from them. Maybe the hunting permits. But, I mean, means production's kind of brutal. But I want to keep universal serfdom. As long as serfdom isn't going down, I don't care. I think that's fine. We don't have to give out anything. Oh, no, we do. We do, because when this gets implemented, our serfdom's going to go negative. And then we're going to lose universal serfdom. And that would be super sad. So I need to find something that gives serfdom. Not that. Nobility controlled serfdom. 40% power, 5% loyalty, +1 to serfdom, or +0.1 serfdom, 10% food consumption reduction of peasants. I think that's what we give them. What? Where'd it go? What? Hello? Hello? Did I not hand it out? Did I not click the button? Was it not under this? It gave out a clergy one instead. What? What the? Why? Why did it do that? Hey, yo. Oh, there it is. I just had to unpause, I guess. Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. We're all good. We're all good. Well, that's the end of court and country. So that's a big success for us. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They've all got negative food. Not us, though. Well, it is winter time, to be fair. Look at that. We know how to produce food here in Hungary. We're hungry, hungry, hungry. Well, I guess we're not hungry, 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 to be fair. Boost colonial charter to here. Assimilating Albania, assimilating Bulgaria, converting. Yeah, I mean, keep going, I guess. You're sending pots from Byzantium to Saram. I mean, how's that going? You're building a wharf here, which means you've turned this into a town. I hate you. I hate you so much. I hate you so much. You have no idea the loathing I have in my heart for you. Saram, why do you do this to me? You son of a gun. I don't appreciate that. Okay, steel maps. Of Pennsylvania. North Gabon. No. I'm looking for the sea. You can see the sea. I know you can. You have to be able to see the sea. That's the outside sea. Central African coastline. That's what I'm looking for. Boom. Now, Castile. Steel maps. I need that sea. Anybody know what that one's called? Congo coastline. Boom. Only 2 more locations. And then we're home free. Well, kind of. Heard towns are great for clove production. Oh yeah, they really help with that. Have they been culture converting stuff to Mongolian, by the way? Yo, they have. Here's how the Mongol Empire can still win. It's not Jover yet. You need to be believers. I think this is all in my naval range now. Yeah, so I could explore all of this pretty quickly. Can leave from here. Go to Georgia. No, apparently I went to South Carolina. You can go... Well, if I prepare too many at once, that'll be a problem. Here. Then I do want to also explore probably the Philippines. Makes the most amount of sense. I don't know if Hitu is a good spot to send an expedition from, to be honest. Sias. I don't want it to come from here. I want it to go from far away. We'll just keep exploring what we can. Time for Hungarian Florida? I would never do that to my fellow Hungarians, okay? I would never send them to Florida. How dare you say such things? They get to stay in Hungary, where they belong, not in the hellscape that is Florida. Are you stuck in the mountains? Yes. And you're gonna be stuck there for a while because it's winter time in the Little Ice Age. Which means you're out of luck. Free my man. Free my mans! Let him out! What have they done? Milan have canceled their food access. Milan. Are you telling me you don't need the food anymore? Also, hello, Milan. I'd like to influence you. I feel like that's too free. Like, I'm just Diblo Hegemon and I can just tell people, hey, like me, and they're like, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, sure. Why not? Go ahead and let it join Havana. Please. Thank you. You have to wait till May to move your army out. That's crazy. The nobility insurgents should go away. In fact, I should just put them down. Rebel crackdown on noble insurgents. So that way it just goes away. They should go down pretty quickly. Yeah, 0.53 a month. Basically nothing. Once we stop paying for our large amounts of cost of court, I'm hoping we can make some money. Huda Vendigar is giving me 138 ducats. Whoa. Whoa. How's that trade in Egypt going? Because I did build all those merchants down here. So I'd love to see, in general, okay. 603 trade capacity from Egypt. 380 for us. That's wild. That is wild. I don't know if I necessarily want to put any of the better stuff down here. Because then they will get to sell it, which could lower my prices. But like, I'm looking at this fish here. Oh, what are we short on? Paper. Always short on paper. Build 52 more levels of paper then. Wait, can I build the construction centers yet? Is that an option? We have no granaries? Bro, you're storing 2,000 food for a location that has a mil... Why are they mad? tolerance, lack of goods. Average literacy of slaves makes the nobles more upset. I don't know why. Well, what could be the problem, huh? What's the problem with people reading? You got an issue there or something? Kind of weird. Kind of weird. I thought you'd be fine. They know how to read. What's the problem? Bozos? I need to build more roads. More roads in my territory, and then roads in my subjects. Yeah. Just upgrade them all to modern roads, damn it. They're already all connected, so just upgrade the damn roads. I don't know if that worked. It did take all my money, so I hope it worked. I hope so. If not, I'm going to be sad. Slaves making smart-ass comments all the time, making the nobles mad. That's right. They learn how to read, and they start, like, being able to clap back whenever you insult them, and all of a sudden, the nobles just get mad. They're like, okay, I guess. Maybe you should just learn how to read better. But nobles aren't that smart. Can I steal maps yet? Our spying has slowed down. Maybe people are counter-espionaging me. I suppose that is possible. Okay, we're at 73% crown power. Oh, nice. Clove colony spotted. I was gonna do something. Oh, I was gonna canonize. I forgot. There we go. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Oh, look at that. This guy's got this whole island figured out. Interesting. I don't really care about that island. There's nothing really good on it. I think if I wanted to build like an actual strong colony out here though, then this island gets a lot better. There's not a lot of great natural harbors. You do have one up here in the north, but it has it has livestock, it has stone, it has lumber, and it has food. So you could use this to build out a pretty decent, I guess, cocoa place or spice place or something. Or you can just use it to support cloves over here being much taller. I don't know, though. I don't know. Unfortunately, we just can't do much trading out here. Because we don't have any large cities. And I'm sending pops. Lord knows I am sending pops out here. I'm building up the basics, but it's going to take a while. It's only been a few years. Is there a way to get your ally to break an alliance? I don't know. I don't think so. You mean like with favors or something in EU4? Calabria is a fiefdom of Burgundy. Naples is still alive. Most serene republic of Naples. How the mighty have fallen. Down to 282,000. Yikes. Yikes. That is quite the graph. You found it isolate from ally. Oh. Is there a Suez Canal? Not that I know of. I don't think so. I would love for there to be, though. But I think it's beyond the scope of... It's beyond the scope. Bro, no granaries? I'm telling you, AI is stupid. They're kind of dumb. They're sitting here on some of the best land in the world, objectively. Some of the best land in the world, and they're just not building it up. And it's not like Egypt is poor. They have a tax base of 1,000. You know, I'm not taking that much money from them. How much money am I getting from Egypt? I'm taking 38 ducats from Egypt. What a colonial nations suck, man. I mean, I guess the value is being able to do the trades. But this is horrendous. Moldavia is giving me more money than all of the valuable land in the world. What's going on? County of Crete. Yeah, Crete is giving me 40 ducats. Man, I really take all of his money, huh? I barely get any sailors. I barely get any money. I get no manpower. No nothing. All I get is called into their wars. That's what I do get. Called into wars time after time after time. It looks like this is all mostly Hungarian at this point. Who do we still have that's not Hungarian? Clerics. Oh, we still have like 12,000 burghers. They don't really care though. Yeah, because they're Orthodox. So they really don't mind. I think I start culture converting a different area. That area being Thrace. Now, arguably, I should culture convert all of this over to Turkish. Because otherwise, it's going to sit here and try and convert Constantinople over to being Hungarian, which, while funny, is not necessarily the goal. The other option is I could convert northern Greece over to Greek. That's probably better for now. You can go ahead and assimilate Oh, does it only allow you to go to your primary culture? Well, I guess that's what we're doing. Okay, we got our control down to the 30s down in here. Why is this 26? Satisfaction. Probably just not a town. That's what it comes down to. Yeah. That is exactly what it is. You are not a core, clearly. You are just integrated. People are mad. What's the culture here? Bulgarian. Maybe I should go through here and just target all of these over to Bulgarian instead of converting areas. Or I could just work on converting it all. I mean, that just went up by 1%. Which seems kind of insane. So there's Cuba. We have Havana now. And we need to look through our tech. So, we have unlocked manufactories. 10% maximum RGO size. Yep. Copper, stone, tin output. 50% crown power? Yes. Cabinet seat? Yes. Maximum tax for peasant estate plus 10%. Maximum RGO size 20%. Yes. Maximum RGO size. Yes. Coal output 33%. Also charcoal burners for even more coal. We're kind of fine on that for now. What other funny things can I get a hold of? The minting office. 25% crown power. Plus 5% max control. Huh? I mean, it is pretty expensive. But I can just build these on any town or city? Yes. Wine output. Who needs that? Oh, perfumery. Oh, it takes pepper. Never mind. I was like, oh, wow, we can get a lot of incense. Crown power, minus 50% of state power from cabinet position. Stock exchanges, or stock exchange. Oh, yeah, sure. Porcelain manufactory. 4 clay, 0.5 coal, 0.25 tools, make 2 porcelain. Yikes. But I do probably want that. To be fair. Lacquerware manufactory. Now, these bad boys are something else. 2 lumber, 0.8 dyes, 0.2 tools gives you 2 lacquerware. It is a lot of lumber. A lot. We may need to conquer some more areas and then build them up to really just produce wood and then import it in. But our pops do demand it. It's something to think about. Better tools, better cannon manufactories, more iron output, more paper output, economic policy, raw material output, loyalty of subjects 10% is something that I'm kind of interested in. Oh man. Oh man, there's a proximity cost. Ah, nuts. Grand marketplaces as well. Ah, nuts. Okay, cancel everything. Cancel all what we just did. All that needs to be canceled now. I don't want any of it. I want the prox cost first. Where was it? Right there. Minus 10% proximity cost. The legitimacy would lower cost of court. Yes, it is something that I want to get. Didn't I get a second one? Like, wasn't there a special proximity cost? Tech? Yeah, it's over here. Under military revolution. I should probably make sure I get that soon. I'm going to get the development next. And the grand marketplace. Right, because the faster that I get the development, the more development I'll get in the end. Like, I could grab paper manufactories. That's not a huge deal to me. I don't need integrate area yet. The opera house is whatever. I don't really care. The loyalty of subjects is just something nice I don't need. Legitimacy would require me to go down through power projection, through speed of integration, and into monthly legitimacy, which also just feels kind of bad. But if I do want to conquer a bunch of land, then we could go with the area integration, increase the speed of integration, and then start to expand. I would like economic policy. Then we should jump over and grab the max RGO size. 50% crown power is just too nice to pass up. And the cabinet seat is very important. And I think we just max out RGO size. And then I think we just go from there. Yeah. I think we'll just go from there. We'll see what we get. We all know how much you secretly love wine. I love wine. That's why our country is still covered in wine. Oh. Try to solve too much. Colombian exchange, please. Spread new world good, please. Chile. Into Carpathia. Where's that wine that I was looking at? I should have checked. Minus 54 food in this rural location is criminal. For a spot that's 138% food produced. Production efficiency. Colombia, obliterate that wine. Maize. Oh, right, I can't replace that because it's wetlands. Well, it sounds like a perfect place to throw down some chili. It really is that easy sometimes. What about this wine? It's in a different area, but that's okay. No particularly mind. New World good. How's that tobacco doing? Do I need to overproduce it more? We are exporting to other people's markets. It's not picking up, though. We are selling it to Sevilla. We're selling it to Napoli, to Constantinople, Venezia, Constantinople, my own market. I guess we're not really sending it into Germany at all. Oh, never mind. They do want it. They do, in fact, be desiring tobacco. I think these horses and this wine need to be obliterated. Horses can go away now. We can mass produce tobacco. This fish can get obliterated. It's wetlands. How is chili demand doing as well? Still super low on the chili demand. Now here's the thing. We don't really want to meet the chili demand because we don't want the prices to drop. So I think I'm fine with just spreading tobacco around a bit. There's still plenty of places that we could sell it to. I think we'll let those two tobaccos fill out for now. Legumes spotted. There ain't no reason to have legumes. Ain't no good reason to have a legume. Like, it's either chili or tobacco that go there, so I'll chili it up. We'll chili it up. I can build some more RGOs. Go ahead and mass expand them. And we get more techs, we will also get more. We're up to 3.02 for our monthly research progress. When we get that 50% crown power tech, I think I'm going to drop autocracy. And instead, I'm going to flip into the max literacy. Why am I losing 5,000 people? Are we sending more people to the colonies than I'm growing? Because that doesn't make any sense. Am I don't know. How's this union looking? I need to know their loyalties. 939. I mean, it's not great. Requirement not met. Has it not been long enough? 3 more years so we can do the next level anyways. I have a vendetta against veggies? I do. Even though I like them. I do. They don't make me money. And therefore, they're useless. That's how it works. People don't need to eat. I need money. So if I click this upgrade road button. Oh, it did work. It just does it in weird ways. Weird ways from how I would expect it, at least. Hey, Pope Man. You want to send me some maps of this? I don't know what map they are. Sea? No. Madagascar Sea? No. I need South Congo? No. South Mandan? No. Southern African coast? Yes. That's one of them. Castillo. Give me your maps of the Karoo coast. Yes. There we go. Our boats could technically go around Africa now. Technically. Technically. Not realistically. Yeah, hey, our colony seems to be doing stuff down here. How's that wood price doing? Still struggling though. I mean, I can't really fix that for them. You know, like, there's nowhere I can go. They're just gonna have to import wood. Best of luck. Best of luck on importing that wood. I am a burger confirmed. Yeah, I guess. I guess if all I care about is money. That would put me pretty solidly into burger territory. Ooh, we can get another 6% tax out of the commoners if I can find a way to increase their loyalty. I mean, I can just keep paying for the stability, but is that really going to make me more? Right? I don't know. Hungarian Union. I get 62 ducats a month from Milan? Damn. I get more money from Milan than I do from my colonial nations. I know. Colonial nations are about getting the trade from them. I understand that, but it is just funny. Uh-oh. Cold and wet fields. The frost has been upon us for quite some time. The harvest seems ever shrinking in the eyes of the local peasantry, as many of the granaries run out of produce at an alarming rate. The latest victim to an outbreak of famine is Byzantium. As summer shortens, grains in need of sunlight fail to produce the same volume as prior years. It would be wise to attempt and alleviate the situation, lest we risk misfortune and disease spread uncontrollably. Uh-oh. Well, the farmers will scale based on the percentage of food currently stocked up in the granaries. Or we can send food from Zagor. Due to the lack of a road and the distance between Continental and Plovdiv, some of the food will be lost along the way. I mean, it's 187 food. That's nothing. Nobody wants to help me in the parliament. I don't think I need their help. No, it still says I have a base support of 36. I don't know if that's true. No, it's true. No. That was true. That was real. Because they don't really want to help me out. We probably just won't pass any parliaments. Unless I pass laws to make it better. Ooh. A random person has joined my patriarchy. Oh, it was my subject. Alright. Fine by me. Orthodoxy is spreading. How's food going? For everyone. Not well. They're still negative on food. We do have some red spots around Europe where they're out of food. And in China. But for the most part, they're fine-ish. They're fine-ish. Italy looks terrible? It sure does. But I'm telling you, it's because well, number one, they are allied to Castile, which does help them out. Verona is, at least. But I'm telling you, it's because the League War lasts too long. The War of Religion lasts way too long. Like, they're just sitting here, staring at each other. They've been sitting here staring at each other for like 100 years. And so nothing's happening. But they still just, you know, they do their thing. I want to change a law. It was... Uh-oh. Which one was it? I have to keep state press only for the serfdom. I could swap away from nobility controlled mining operations. To that's free subject. Nobility of the robe, meritocratic recruitment. Liberalism? What the? It's burger, state satisfaction. I don't know if I really need this. It reduces their power even more. But I do like having all these nobles because they do buy things, which is just about all the nobles are good for. Wasn't there a law that I was going to change? Yeah, this one, Rights of the Crown. I was going to swap Rights of the Crown over to Equal Power Relation, where everybody just gains 5% power, which should mean that it's not a big deal. And I lose that minus 5% peasant, or really all estate satisfaction. So let's do that. Law change. Right to the crown. Let's go equal power relations. Drought in Chalkidiki. Recent climate shifts have not favored our people. The lack of rain and constant frost have destabilized the entire ecosystem in Chalkidiki, resulting in spells of drought. This is but the most recent hurdle in decades of turbulent winters. Many crops have failed and famine is a frequent occurrence. The locals are understandably distraught. Many demand reparations in an effort to safeguard themselves and their families from hunger and untimely death. Let them go hungry. Or I can spend 50 ducats. There has to be a balance between scaled income determining the cost of events and 50 ducats in 1656. Like there's gotta be something between those two. There's gotta be. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Sorry, this event will either cost 50 or 50k. No in between. Pick your suffering. I feel like you completely misunderstand how colonies are supposed to work in this game. That's valid. I don't have a great feeling for it myself. But it seems that what you want is to maximize the amount of trade that you can get out of a colony, and then either send those resources back to your pops or trade them with other people. Like, as Hungary, I don't think the colonies were as necessary because we already own a lot of land. Like, we already have a lot of the resources that we've needed. But if we had, let's say, heavily urbanized our nation, right? If we turned a bunch of stuff into towns, then taking Egypt would have been a lot more valuable, I think, because we would need to import sugar and wheat and rice and fruit and legumes in order to feed our population. We could have made a bunch of cotton and then sent the cotton back into our territory and then built up. I don't know. I mean, it definitely depends on where you're at, right? I think if you're in Italy, colonies are going to make a lot of sense, because you're kind of restricted on your diversity of RGOs. The north has a lot of food, sure, and that's fine. And the center has some valuable RGOs, some silk. You get some iron, which is important. But you don't have like a whole ton. So if you can branch out and bring raw resources back, I think that's just what it's based on. Like, I think the idea is that you get raw resources from your colonies, you produce goods, and I guess that's it. Like, it seems to be missing the last step, which is you export urban materials. Like the whole idea of a colony, right? You send people over here to the Americas. They farm the tobacco. They send the tobacco, well, or cotton. Let's say cotton. They farm the cotton over here. They send the cotton back to England. England makes the cloth, and then England sells the cloth back to the colonies. Right? That's the idea of the whole colonial trade thing. The benefit for the homeland. But you don't do that because in order to trade over here, you need to build up trade over here, which means you need to urbanize over here, which means you need to do the same steps over here that you're doing over there. Though I guess you could argue that you can also import goods into your home market directly. But to that I say, why though? Because then you're expending valuable trade capacity on importing raw materials when you could be exporting finished materials. But then again, you can't really export finished materials because nobody else wants your finished materials because everybody makes finished materials. Because there's no actual resource limits in the game. At least against the AI that I've experienced so far. Maybe in multiplayer it will be different. But everybody makes cloth, everybody makes fine cloth, everybody makes jewelry, everybody does all of that. The only way you make money is trading gold, silver, and valuable RGOs that pops directly consume. Pepper, chili, silver, gold, and I guess some salt for the places that don't have any salt, which is kind of weird. But we do trade 50 units of salt, which is going to be a lot of trade capacity. Technically 50 trade capacity. But I don't know. I should probably have conversations with people that have done more colonial games and see what they think about it and how they find value in it. Because like in Egypt, I've built up a lot. How many in the Alexandria market? Where is it? In the Alexandria market, I have... Is there any way to look and see how many levels I have? I don't know. Hundreds? I have hundreds of merchant buildings built up, which is fine. But then the question is, that's not really colonial exploitation. Right? Like, these are all cities that have been created. Preferably, they don't all be created into cities. But colonial nations love to turn everything into... Well, all AI like to urbanize everything. And down here, I get it because there's so many pops that it's not really a huge deal if they do city everything because there's still a lot of RGOs that you can use. Like, what are we even trading out of Alexandria right now ourselves? Because we have 380 trade capacity here. If I look at my trades in Alexandria, we are importing chili from Constantinople and from Pest and from Zimnikea and from Dubrovnik. Well, Dubrovnik is getting tobacco. Wait. From the Hikegawa? Hold on. Huh? You can trade over here? Why? Is that because it's also my colony? Do you get bonus trade range if it's to your own colonies? Like, it can't reach out here, but it can reach over here. Maybe you can just reach due to the trade winds. That's interesting. Not really the point, though. I want to know what we're trading here. We're trading tobacco. We're trading chili. So I could plant chili here, but for what? Like, if I wanted to export a lot of chili, then maybe that'd be worth it. There's pearls, there's dye, there's sugar, there is some silver, there's tools. But what? Am I exporting anything? Like, am I... Where's the... Can I not just show exports? Sort by source. Yeah, I mean, this works. Kind of. So we're exporting some alum. Not really. We're exporting books, some jewelry, some saffron, some gold, and some silver. And this would be gold and silver that we probably import from Pest, and then we export out. And then down below, we're exporting a decent amount of wool, some gems, a decent amount of dyes, a decent amount of silver, some sugar, some cotton, some rice, some sugar, some rice, and then some pearls finally. So like trades that are, and this is all automated by the way, so I could change it. The only trades that are going back to my Imperial core are some rice and some sugar. And there's really no point in doing this because it doesn't make any money. Because Egypt has a higher trade advantage. Now, if I look at trades here, not local trades, not owned trades. I just want to look at exports, and I want to sort by market that it goes to. If we look at everything that goes to Pest, there's a little bit of incense, a decent amount of sugar, some gems, and then the rice and a little bit of sugar. So we're sending 16 units of sugar back to Pest. That's the real big value that we get out of the Egyptian colony. In which case, I then have to ask, is it worth it to make it a colony? Because I could just do that. Like, I don't need the colony here to do that. Sure, maybe I would have some rebel problems, and they did convert it for me. Cairo is still majority Sunni. They're getting there, though. And they are doing culture conversions for me as well. So, like, they're doing that. But at the same time, like, is it worth it for them to city over this sugar when I could just leave it as a rural location, own it myself, own Alexandria, go over here, connect it to it, and then just export it all back to Hungary anyways? So I bet I'm doing something wrong. I bet I'm using these incorrectly. Or perhaps not incorrectly, but not efficiently. Because it feels weird that I have all that, and then I just don't use it. Right? I have all this cotton, and I don't use it. If we look at the goods in this market, I mean, we haven't maxed out on cotton. So like, it is being used. See, look. So 44 units of cotton are being sent to the Genova market. But I don't get any of that value, realistically. Like, it's so insignificant, the amount of that money that I get. Meanwhile, if this was a vassal and not a colonial nation, I would get more money, but it would affect the loyalty of everybody else. But it would be better, probably, to just have a vassal that owns all of this, if I don't want to own it myself, and then I can tax them, and I can get more money. Because if we look at how much money I actually get out of Egypt, I get 39 ducats. Which, like, Brinesco gives me 30 ducats, and they've got 2 locations. You know? They're not that big. They're pretty small. They've got legumes and wine. They're pathetic. They have 2 of the worst goods in the game. Sure, this is heavily urbanized and, you know, has a decent amount of tax base. I get that. It's all super high control, 100%. But I feel like I've gone about this all wrong. But I feel like part of this is the fact that the AI likes to urbanize everything. But I also feel like I don't get enough of their trade. Now, can I yoink Egypt's trade? Can I take more of it? Is that allowed? I can divert trade. I get 50% trade advantage and trade capacity of theirs. They get minus 33% minus 33 loyalty. If I support loyalists, They gain 20 loyalty. If I support military, no loyalty. So I could divert trade, and then I would need to support loyalists the next month. And then we'll see how much of that trade that I actually get to do. Now, I also built regular marketplaces all over Egypt, when instead I could have focused on just the foreign trade buildings that I can build, in which case all of that belongs to me. We've discovered Georgia, everybody. Chamber of Commerce, advanced researched. Wow. Max level of trade company headquarters, +1. So I can support loyalists. They're still at 42. I guess the question is, do I care if they're loyal? The answer is I don't think so. Like, it doesn't really matter. I mean, part of this is the no representation thing. This is a policy of the colonial representation law. Guns for everyone. Hamona gains 50% progress towards military revolution. Like, is this a tech that I missed in the discovery? No. What about here? No. What about here? No. What about here? No. How do I get that representation? Colonial representation law. Representation in parliament. No representation. Never. Well, come on. What if I want to give them representation? Do I have to be a republic? Do I have to be a something? Man. That sucks. And then you got this power relative to Overlord plus 34, which I feel like is ridiculous because I am so much more powerful than they are. Like, it's not even close. It's not even close. I could smack them down while fighting a war against Bohemia, probably. They're so weak. I need 1 army stack. Maybe 2. Maybe 2. Okay, but how much of this trade do I actually have now? Now that I've diverted the trade away. I mean, I do take a lot of it. I do. I think I doubled the income that I get, almost, from this. So I guess that's the key, is that I just need to steal their trade. And I don't care about available peasants. I don't care about being under the building limit. There are already Hungarian burghers here. Right. I can't build the trade building because there's already burghers here because they're culture converting. Right. Can't forget about that one. We need to have researched the customs house advancement. Okay. Wharf. Can be 1 wharf. Counting house. Okay. I thought customs house was counting house. I was like, how do they not have that? I mean, there is the port authority, but look. Trade capacity to owner, 0.5%, right? So, is there not a single merchant's quarter here? No, there is. I need to build 2 more. I guess I just need to invest more into the trade down here. That's what it comes down to. So I just build a bunch of port authorities, and then I divert their trade, and then I keep the money. Right? Oh. Yes, but Levant does not have a port authority. Tech unlocked. So you're kind of restricted by what your colonies unlock. Interesting. Once again, we see that AI is not very aggressive about expanding their RGOs. Even RGOs that are pretty good. You need paper. Who's got pops down here? Yeah, you got a couple. 230,000. This is the capital, though, so I'm going to build it here. You can just build 23 units of paper. That would definitely help them. Okay, well, I guess I just have to be more aggressive about doing that. And then they just sit here disloyal, but can people support their independence? Will they declare an independence war? I don't know. I mean, we still don't break into the most valuable trades. But that makes sense. Makes sense. Orissa, I would very much like to build buildings in your locations. Oh, are you finally at war? Took you long enough. Took you long enough, bozo. Minus 200. Man, they hate me. Why? Antagonism, 100. I've been stealing maps. I've been stealing maps. Okay, maybe I shouldn't steal as many maps. Maybe that's a bad idea. Yeah, okay, maybe map stealing is not as good as I thought. Now all of China knows you're here. I'm going to give coalition by China. No thanks. I'm good. Something that irks you about the game is you accidentally became in a union with Austria, became the HRE leader as the Netherlands, which completely locks you out of becoming a republic. Oof. That is brutal. That is brutal. Should have just used your boats. Well, to be fair, I could just actually explore here. There's no reason not to. Like, I don't need to. I don't need to steal the maps. It's inside of my naval range. Well, or close by. It's getting out there. But if I can just explore the Philippines, then we'll be all set. Festivities, 40,000 ducats for 5 prestige. No. Even though I can afford it, no. I have roads to build. Thank you very much. Upgrade the roads to modern roads. All roads must become modern. What kind of roads we got here? Modern? Is there a way to tell? Gray is a paved road. Is yellow a modern road? Huh. Why is this one like this weird tannish yellow compared to gray, which is a modern road built, and this, which is... I don't know. I don't know. Who's this European guy arrived in a boat? That's the infamous map stealer. That's right. He's stealing the maps. We gotta get him. I gotta shift click. Like, why is it not upgrading them? We're getting less pops than we used to. Oh, okay. I think I'm gonna have to move the... Ooh, I need more paper down here. Corinthos, do you have any extra pops available? You do. I'm poor. I have no money. I'm poor and have no money. Wait. Oh. No. Decline. I can't marry her off because she's not the ruler of the ruling dynasty. She's not in the ruling dynasty. Even though this is my heir right now. No. She's my granddaughter. She's the heir of the heir. She's the heir of the heir. Where's my damn paper? Why do you show me buildings that I can already not build? There's already one here. Paper. Paper workshop. Build. Marketplace. Market access. No. How was it again? Frick. We did it yesterday. We moved to market yesterday, and I can't remember how now. Relocate market to Athens. Yeah, it's just a better spot. It's just a better spot for the market. Also, Dubrovnik on top. Look at that. That is crazy. The Napoli market is struggling. I guess Dubrovnik is just so strong due to all the buildings that we've built here. We're still building more. Yep, I'll rival France again. Yep, the market's moved here already, so. Yeah, you know, that's not too bad. Market access wise. I mean, it's not the best market access ever, but it's okay. Could build barracks down there. Oh, I could be expanding my military like crazy to get more manpower, but we've been doing fine for now. Look how nice this looks. All right, I think that's all we got for today, though. You don't understand allies in this game at all. Every single ally always just breaks the alliance. Do you have one person that joins a coalition against you? If you have one person that joins a coalition against you, they probably break it because of that. Which you would think, you'd think they'd like stick by you, because you know that's why you have alliances, is to make sure that you're not left alone. No E right now? Well, I don't know what else could cause it, but there is some weird things that go on for sure. There are some weird things that go on with it for sure. All right, well, I'll be back tomorrow, and we will continue this. I did say that I wanted to go up here today. We didn't really get to it. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, there's also the option of Italy. Like, it's kind of there for the taking. I just wouldn't have much control, is the thing. And I can't really accept their cultures. But we're pushing decent control out here now. We're going to get minus 20% more proximity cost. So, I mean, this is definitely a reasonable expansion for us to make now. Out into this area in Poland and Halych. And I mean, if I build up enough maritime presence, maybe we get over here. We're at minus 4%. at the moment in Italy itself. So, I don't know. I wouldn't exactly hold my breath for getting decent control here. But if we focus on areas like Red Ruthenia first, or Lesser Poland or whatever, and then we can get the integrate area, and we can culture convert areas, and we can start to try and use that in our expansions. That could work. You've been working on the railroad all the day? That's kind of impressive. I'm excited for when we get railroads. Because there's still steel. There's still the Revolution, which I haven't messed with at all. I've never made it into Age 6. Into Revolutions. Loyalty of subjects minus 30? Oh. Brutal. Brutal. We'll need to annex some of our subjects then. Well, Moldavia, Hudavendigar, and the vassals too. Maybe even Crete. The colonial nations, they'll just have to get over it, or we'll have to smack them down to keep them around. We need the mail railroads. Well, there's railroads in the next age. So, I mean, it's there. We just have to go and make them. Just have to go make them. Exclamation point VOD to get to the VOD channel. Exclamation point Discord to get to the Discord channel. Thank you all for hanging out today. I do appreciate it. Hope you all are enjoying some mid to late game EU5. Now, we need to find someone to raid into who's playing some EU5. Bogan's playing. I'll send you guys on over to him. Alright. Playing some... Who is he playing? He's playing Ruthenia. Well, there you go. Not too far away from us. He's in... Oh, wow. He's in 1710. He's even a couple of years beyond us. Look at that. Alrighty. Well, thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you in the next one.